This video is brought to you by Ridge Wallet. The next update for your wallet is here just in time for Christmas, and you can get up to 40% off by visiting my special discount link, ridge.com/skillup. Click the link below or stick around to the end of the video to learn more. Gamers, well, we did it. We made it through 2022, basically. The past week was the last big week of video game releases, meaning that we can now look at our piles of shame and think to ourselves, man, did I play anything this year? You may not have crossed everything off your list, but hopefully you got to the most important stuff, or at least a little bit of it. I'm headed to LA this week for the Game Awards, so my Steam Deck is packed full to bursting with pile of shame highlights like Signalis, Neon White, Tinykin, and more. Also, Crisis Core Remake. I never actually played the original, so I'm keen to see what all the fuss is about. But yes, the biggest thing going down this week is Jeff Keighley's Trailerama. I know Kojima will be there since he's already posting about it on Instagram, so there is every chance that I might bump into him. And we'll turn to that scene out of Wayne's World 2, where the guys meet Alice Cooper, you know the one. That's for later in the week though. Right now, we've got some gaming news to get through, so let's get to it, shall we? Biggest news of the week dropped just as we were finalizing the episode, and it's that Xbox have officially confirmed the move to $70 first-party releases in 2023 and beyond. News comes via IGN, who got the info from Microsoft directly, confirming that upcoming titles such as Forza Motorsport, Redfall, and Starfield will all cost $69.99 at launch. Nice. A Microsoft spokesperson told IGN, quote, "This price reflects the content scale and technical complexity of these titles, as well as all games developed by our teams at Xbox that will also be available with Game Pass the same day they launch," end quote. This price hike shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, as just a few weeks back, Xbox boss Phil Spencer did hint that we should expect the price of both games and consoles to go up, and here we are. It follows a broader trend in the industry towards price hikes, with the move to a new generation of hardware being used to justify a move to a higher price point. Third-party publishers have done it, Sony's done it, and now Microsoft has done it. I'm all but certain we can expect Nintendo to follow suit very soon. So this is a tricky one to talk about. I think we first need to dispel the notion of, oh, games are getting more expensive to make, so they have to do this. My dude, Microsoft is on track to generate around $200 billion in revenue this year. They don't need to do this. They want to do this to maintain earnings growth so they can keep their share price high. That is how business works, and that certainly isn't specific to Microsoft or Sony or anyone. Furthermore, these past two console generations have seen a radical shift in the way that games are monetized. Sure, the $60 price tag has remained pretty stagnant, but let's not pretend that 500 other types of monetization have been crammed into games to make up the difference. Video game profits are at an all-time high, so again, none of this is necessary, in inverted commas. It's not like Xbox or anyone else is going to go out of business if they don't charge you an extra 10 for Starfield.
We trust in those the aspects trust.
Go swiftly.
So long as you are here to aid Valdrakken, the Scaleless Worn will be grateful for the assistance. We trust eyes and ears.
To Valdrakken.
The Primalists have been spewing their propaganda among the citizens of Valdrakken. Our enemies are too wily to say anything in the presence of my Scaleless Worn, but perhaps you might be able to get close enough to eavesdrop on their conversations and see if there is anything of value to learn. I have marked locations on your map for further investigation. Take this enchanted stone. As long as you have it on hand, we will be able to communicate.
Valdrakken stands strong.
But again, this is how companies work. So, extra tricky factor here is Game Pass, where it's now possible to get an absurd number of games, including the entire Microsoft first-party lineup, for like $10 or $15. Questions about ownership, digital preservation, and game design aside, that is an insane deal. It certainly takes the sting out of that $10 price bump, especially when compared to Sony or third parties, who don't offer their new releases day one on subscription services. Bottom line, companies are always going to raise prices. It sucks, but that's how it goes. Luckily, Game Pass exists, though I wouldn't be at all surprised if we saw a price hike for that sometime in the near future as well. While we're on the topic of first-party exclusives, it seems like a hot minute since we've heard anything at all about Starfield, but this week, Todd Howard made an appearance on the Lex Fridman
Everyone
podcast,
comes
and he
to
was
the
more than happy
roasted
to
ram
titillate with a few
eventually.
details. He
Grab a
commented that
drink to
having
blend
Starfield be
in,
exclusive
but
to
keep your
Xbox
wits
and PC
about
was
you.
helpful since it narrowed their focus. A comment he's made in the past actually, but he made it again here since he claims it helps streamline development and hit the intended quality bar. And if there's one thing that Bethesda has always been known for, it's a very high quality bar for the technical performance of their games. Sorry, I couldn't get through that part without laughing. He claims they are working with Xbox engineers to squeeze the absolute most out of Microsoft's hardware, and that he personally prefers to play on consoles since he spends all day in front of a computer. I feel that.
Welcome to
His
my
comment on that
experience,
Starfield delay, which he says was a tough call, but the right thing to do so they can hit fan expectations. And he's also personally feeling the pressure to deliver, since Starfield is very much the game, a system seller on which a lot is riding for both Xbox and Bethesda. Xbox is poised to have a big year next year, but by far and away the centerpiece of their 2023 lineup is Starfield. And after the disappointing fate of Halo Infinite, Xbox really needs a big win to help reset the narrative about their flagship first-party lineup. Personally, I'm keen for Starfield. I think it'll be fun, but I'm keeping my hype in check. That trailer they released during Key 3 looked a little rough around the edges, and I'm kinda just expecting Skyrim in space, which I'd be more than fine with. Anyway, no date for Starfield at this point, though I do wonder if we might see an announcement for it at the Game Awards this week. Feels like the timing could line up, so fingers crossed. Speaking of delays, there has literally never been a video game more delayed than Beyond Good and Evil 2. Some months back, it surpassed Duke Nukem Forever as the title with the longest development timeline, the game being announced by Ubisoft back in 2018. Since then, we've had a financial crisis, a global pandemic, and the Snyderverse. And it's hard to say which of those three was the worst. In that time, Beyond Good and Evil 2 has been rebooted at least twice, as the initial reveal paints a very different picture from the one we saw back at E3 2018, and now Inside Gaming are reporting that the latest images of the game, shared confidentially with them, look entirely different again. Inside Gaming is saying multiple sources with access to both internal and external testing are saying that the game is still in early development for a game that has been in development for 14 years. Whoa! Inside Gaming are estimating that the title is still years from release, but that is a guess on their part. If that's true, you really have to wonder how much more stomach Ubisoft has for this. It's not like Beyond Good and Evil is an S-tier license. It was kind of niche even back in its day, and since then a lot of time has passed and the landscape has changed considerably. This seems like an extraordinary amount of resources to expend on a project that's anything but a surefire bet, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if word suddenly came down that Beyond Good and Evil 2 was going the way of that Ghost Recon Battle Royale game. Remember that one? Or Ubisoft Quartz. Remember that one? Don't worry, I'll keep reminding you. Never forget. Say what you will about Beyond Good and Evil 2, but at least that's a game that exists, sort of. Not so for a Portal sequel, something people have been clamoring for ever since GLaDOS wished us a fond farewell at the end of the second game. Few franchises are held in such universal adoration and regard as Portal, so it's not surprising to see questions about a potential sequel bubble.
Your garrison is in
Trust in
uproar.
you
Warkeef
was
Vol'jin
not
himself is visiting your
misplaced.
fortress to discuss your
You
invasion plan for
and
Tane
the
Jungle.
armies you
The
command
Warkeef is ready for
are
you
now
inside your
our
town hall.
greatest weapon
It would be
against
wise
the
not to
Iron
keep him
Horde.
waiting. Speak with Warkeef Vol'jin inside the
Lead
town
us
hall
to
of your garrison.
victory, General.
Yeah! Lead us to victory, General! Yeah!
This table lists all of your currently available missions.
For victory!
Garrison Campaign, War Council. Your garrison is in an uproar. Warkeef Vol'jin himself is visiting your fortress to discuss your invasion plan for Tane Jungle. The Warkeef is ready.
Come in. Oh, hey, howdy, Jerry.
He's kind of warping on us that door a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to move it around. Okay.
Howdy.
Hey, what's going on? Okay, so come off of the propane, go back on the heater.
The heater's off.
Yeah, it's just warm now out there.
Okay.
So, because we run all that propane out.
But the heater's off. Like the
Oh yeah, I know it's off.
Okay.
But I say shut this one off here.
Okay, when you turn it on.
Propane, shut that down and then go back on that.
Okay.
Because you won't need the extra heat with the. It's warming up outside now.
Yeah, so you'll reset the power?
Well, the power should be.
No, it's off as in off. It's been off for, like, I don't know, 14 hours, something like that.
There's no power there at all.
Yep, I'm sorry, I would have come to got you, but I just spaced it when I woke up. I didn't even think about it when I woke up like half an hour ago. Yeah, that's been
I
off
wonder why
since
that thing's up.
since yesterday evening. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I meant to come get you. I just spaced it. I would have come. I promise.
Well,
You know.
I'll go through and check too.
Yeah, but we can kill the propane right now if you want. I mean,
Yeah,
just kill it.
Kill the propane now.
Or go ahead and kill it, so you know. Go ahead and turn it off. You want me to do it?
Yeah, because you know what's going on with that. Yeah. And I'm hooking your water back up. I think.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay, propane's off, but it's gonna get cold in here fast. So.
Well, okay, I'll check that. You got your phone with you?
I do. Yes. Yeah. Well, I will.
Get that, and then I'll check that.
Hello. Hey. Okay. The cord. I don't know. Perhaps your cord died. The light's on the cord. Perhaps the heater itself died. Maybe I should verify and see if the heater died. I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, here. Bear with me. This won't take long. I'm just plugging in my my heating pad here. We'll double check here. Yeah, this heater kicked the bucket, Jerry. Yes, Yeah, the heater apparently is full blown bricked. I don't know why. I didn't touch it or do anything to it, but no. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, bye.
Up every now and then. Speaking in an interview with Did You Know Gaming, Portal writer Eric Walpole was more than happy to spill the beans on a whole bunch of stuff like cut Portal 2 content, but also the potential for a Portal 3. Quote, yeah, Jay, Pinkerton and I have an idea that we think is pretty awesome for what would happen, generally speaking. We don't have a script or any details worked out, but we have a sort of starting point that we like a ton. So, you know, it's good we have this idea, but there's a lot left to do. Someone's got to think up new Portal puzzles, but we do have an actual idea, yes, end quote. He'd go on to talk about the strange way that Valve works and how there's no actual pitch process for their projects. They kind of just bubble up and there they are. Is that likely to happen for Portal 3? I don't know, man. Given that it has a 3 in the title, it seems pretty unlikely, but never say never, I guess. Switching gears slightly, we got some interesting new details on the Witcher 1 remake this week. This project was recently announced, developed not by CD Projekt Red, but by a newly formed studio comprised of CD Projekt Red veterans, including people who worked on The Witcher 1, so, you know, they're familiar with the source material. The first bit of news confirmed what we suspected, which is that the game will be open world, where the original was a linear affair. The transition was expected since The Witcher 3 was a seminal open world title, and it's hard to imagine the franchise going back from that, even when remaking its predecessor. The other detail we got is that we shouldn't expect this Witcher remake to arrive anytime before The Witcher 4. This news comes
Bringing
from
the
CD
base.
Projekt Red
You know
CEO
what
Adam
would boost morale around
Kaczynski,
here?
who when speaking during an
Bass.
earnings call said,
Beats.
quote, "Coming back to
Music.
The Witcher remake and when it will come, yes, it will come after Polaris, the codename for The Witcher 4, which is a consequence of how we think about this project. I think that The Witcher remake will be based in big part on technologies from Polaris, so it will be developed partially in parallel to Polaris, but once Polaris is launched, everything for Polaris will be then in the final shape and it will be partially reused in the remake," end quote. As a reminder, the next Witcher game is being developed in Unreal Engine 5, so it's probably going to be a looker, and it's being developed in collaboration with Epic Games themselves, giving CD Projekt Red the ability to squeeze the most out of that new engine. The wording Kaczynski uses here seems to indicate that The Witcher remake will be at a similar level to that of The Witcher 4, so clearly they aren't pulling any punches on this one. As for when we can expect this, hopefully it's when it's done, and not a movie. Just briefly, some breaking news. CD Projekt Red have announced that they will be sunsetting support for Gwent, their Witcher card game spin-off. The game will get some new content in 2023, but that will be the last of it, as the game will then move into a maintenance mode beyond that. It will still be playable for years to come, though CD Projekt Red didn't offer any specifics on that. Elden Ring is set to sweep a bunch of awards at the upcoming Game Awards, with a front-runner position to sweep the Big Daddy Game of the Year award itself. But this week, GamesIndustry.biz broke a story that to this point has been unbreakable, an inside look at the working conditions at FromSoft, with a focus on the question, do they crunch? The report from Jeffrey Bunting spoke to a number of current and former FromSoft devs, all of whom had to remain anonymous due to FromSoft's strict no talkie-talkie policy, and a number of those sources confirmed varying degrees of crunch at FromSoft. One source said, quote, "During critical periods of game releases, I often had to work early mornings and overtime for 2 to 3 months," end quote. Compensation for this overtime is a doozy, so basically you don't get any overtime pay since it's kind of priced into your base salary, a practice quite common across Japan as a way of dealing with Japanese labor laws. The byproduct is that it often creates an expectation where staff should be working late, otherwise it's like they're ripping off their employer. If FromSoft staff have to work after midnight, then they do get some additional overtime at a rate of half their normal hourly rate, which is basically the exact opposite of how extended hours overtime is meant to work. It's like, oh, you worked especially long and hard today? Well, keep working and we'll pay you a shittier rate to keep doing it. You're welcome. The article also talks about salary, and it turns out that the average take-home pay for a FromSoft employee is around $25,000 a year, which, to put it in purchasing power context, is barely enough to cover rent in Tokyo, where the studio is based. I don't know, man, it just seems so wild to me that artists, designers, producers, and programmers as talented as those that work at FromSoft are taking home shitty pay and being forced to work such long hours. I think it sucks, and it's definitely enlarged my view of the lens through which we view FromSoft titles. I know a lot of people don't care about this stuff and they only care about the end product, or they say, well, they can find a better paying job elsewhere if they like. But I don't agree. I don't think that's how things should work, and I hope FromSoft are able to channel some of these Elden Ring profits back towards the people who deserve them most. A quick lightning round to finish off. Ed Boon of NetherRealm Studios, makers of Mortal Kombat, has confirmed, with a K, that they will not be showing off their next game at the Game Awards. 4 years ago, they revealed Mortal Kombat 11 there, and with it being high time for them to announce their next project, the hype was building behind the idea that the Game Awards might be the place for it. Boon tweeted out the news that they were working away on their next release, but it wasn't ready for the spotlight yet. Mortal Kombat fans were crushed, with a K. The Indiana Jones game, currently being developed by Machine Games, makers of the recent Wolfenstein titles, has a new lead designer who happens to know a thing or two about Indiana Jones games, and Vin Diesel games actually. Jens Anderson has joined the project, a full circle moment since he used to work for LucasArts years before on a cancelled Indiana Jones video game. Before that though, Anderson was game director for both The Darkness and The Chronicles of Riddick, which, as anyone who played it back in the day would attest, was an absolute banger, and to this day remains one of the best licensed games ever made. A great catch for Machine Games, excited to see more about this one, but I'm sure it won't be for a few years yet. The Australian government may be looking to classify any games with loot boxes as adults-only titles. The proposal comes from independent and staunch anti-gambling MP Andrew Wilkie, who has battled the scourge of slot machines for decades and has now turned his attention to this. It sounds like a reasonable proposal that will surely result in game publishers altering their approach to this predatory mechanic. Wrong. They're just not going to release games in Australia. I'm calling it now. And finally, you know how we were all like, whoa, the people who made Sifu totally need to make a John Wick video game.
What's up?
Well, it turns out the dude who made John Wick wants to make a Sifu movie. This is real. Derek Kolstad wrote John Wick, and he and his team at Story Kitchen, a production house, have secured the rights to make a movie based on Sifu. This would be like if Steven Spielberg decided to make a movie based on Dino Crisis. But to be fair, I would watch the shit out of that. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, just in time for Game of the Year season, Neon White is headed to PlayStation consoles. I said the timing is good because more than a few people are going to be slotting this one very high on their annual lists, as Neon White took the world by storm with its unique, flashy, card-based take on the speed-running platform subgenre. Publisher Annapurna this week announced that the game will hit both PS4 and PS5 on the 13th. No word yet on an Xbox port, but you gotta guess it'll make its way over there at some point. Speaking of Xbox and PlayStation, come to think of it, Monster Hunter Rise is headed to both of those platforms next year on January 20th. 12 months after the game arrived on PC. Much like pizza, there's no such thing as a bad Monster Hunter game. So while this wasn't my favorite, and I think the Wirebug was a little overtuned, it's still a fantastic title, very worthy of your time, and one that only got better with the Sunbreak expansion, which arrived mid this year. That expansion won't ship with the PlayStation and Xbox ports at launch. Instead, it will be available in Northern Spring next year, giving those platforms time to enjoy the base content first. Best of all, Uncle Phil dug deep on this one and is delivering Monster Hunter Rise as a day one Game Pass release. Nice job, Phil, and better luck next time, Jimbo. Here's something no one saw coming, a Starship Troopers game being developed by the same people who make Squad. So, a lot to unpack there. Starship Troopers, I hope I don't need to tell you what that is. I'ma just assume that you're fully across the breadth of the Verhoeven-verse, okay? Squad, though, is a little more niche. It's one of those tactical military shooters that's all about the realism, not something that the Starship Troopers license is all too concerned with. The crossover may have come about because there's apparently a Starship Troopers mod for Squad, but I don't know how good that is since I haven't played it myself. The newly announced Starship Troopers game is not a mod, it is a standalone title being built as a 12-player PvE co-op game, which is itself kind of unique, actually, unless you count Destiny 2 Blind Well
Where
runs.
did all these PoEs come from?
No other details on this one yet, except it's meant to come out in early access sometime next year, and I'm keen. It looks like fun. Another one right out of left field, or south field if you want to get all particular about geography. Far Cry 6 is getting a DLC, and it's out, like, today. So it's called Lost Between Worlds, and it seems like Danny Rojas snorted some nuclear-grade chili and ended up off-world, or in another dimension, or both. The Far Cry spin-off content has a rich tradition. Standalone content like Blood Dragon has absolutely slapped, while the standalone Primal was some of the most inventive the franchise has ever been. The DLC stuff is a bit more of a mixed bag. Hell, I played most of the DLC for Far Cry 5, and it was not great, especially the Mars one. That really sucked. Still, this has always been a space for Ubi to flex some creative muscle and try some weird shit, so hey, maybe it'll be cool. We'll find out today on all platforms bar the Switch. And finally, only one delay announcement today, and it's a big one, very unexpected and very disappointing. A lot of people were very excited for this one, keeping a slot open on the 2022 Game of the Year list as they awaited its arrival. But sadly, Disney Speedstorm has been delayed into 2023. I know, it's tough, but at least we can all take solace in the knowledge that we are all feeling the same thing right now. Genuine surprise to learn that Disney Speedstorm exists. So what came out last week? Well, it was the last big week of the year, and so plenty to talk about in this block, especially with the Callisto Protocol in the mix. Oh man. Okay, smaller stuff first. That charming little soccer RPG game, Soccer Story, turns out it might not be as charming as we'd hoped. Steam reviews for this one are pretty low at around 54% positive, but that's a really small sample size of only 44 reviews, so don't lean into that too much. Critics, though, have it a little better at a weak 60 on OpenCritic. Twinfinite scored this one 2.5 out of 5, saying, quote, "It might not be a great recommendation for those that are looking for more soccer action, but as a narrative-driven role-playing title that just so happens to involve soccer, Soccer Story remains something worth checking out if you temper your expectations," end quote. What about The Night Witch, that platformer we've been keeping an eye on these past few weeks? That one has performed better, but it's not setting the world on fire either. Steam has this at 67% positive, broadly reflected by the critics, who have it at a fair 72 on OpenCritic. VG247 were broadly complimentary, saying, quote, "While I don't believe it quite makes the cut as a classic, nor will it make many Game of the Year lists, it's still well worth your time. Personally, I think Super Mega Team is a studio I'll be keeping track of from here on out." What about the Front Mission remake, which released exclusively to the Switch last week? Well, the reviews paint a picture of a very faithfully remade game to the point where it probably would have made sense to update the game a little more. OpenCritic has the title at a weak 64, with almost every review praising the competency of the refreshed visuals and music, but lamenting how frustrating its dated design is in the modern era. Gaming Bolt summed it up well with their 7 out of 10 review, saying, quote, "Front Mission First would have benefited from a full remake to address a lot of its quibbles that are holdovers from the era it's originally from. However, even as is, warts and all, the premise and core loop remain fun enough that series and genre enthusiasts at least will get a fair bit out of it, end quote. Alrighty, that's the little stuff out of the way. Time for the big boys, and it doesn't get much bigger than the Ogryn-sized Warhammer 40k Darktide. I put about 20 hours into this pre-launch, but decided to put it down until the official release on the 30th, since I found it to be just too buggy and unfinished, which broke my heart, because goddamn do I love playing it. It's awesome. So, the official 1.0 version of the game is now live. How are things looking? Well, better, for sure, but they're by no means perfect. There are still plenty of server issues, though technical performance is notably improved. Tension now turns to missing features like a truly readable UI, or elements of the crafting system, or the cash shop, which no one is a fan of, given how Fat Shark are bundling currencies. Still, the game has met a decent reception despite these issues. On Steam, it's sitting at a mixed 68%, massively dragged down by those performance and technical issues. Critics are a touch more forgiving, putting the game at a strong 75 on OpenCritic. GameSpot liked it, scoring it a 7 out of 10 and saying, quote, Darktide captures the most essential parts of a genre, though it sometimes stumbles when trying to build metagame content on top of that foundation, end quote. GamePer were in a similar spot, scoring it an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, Darktide offers a refined and evolved co-op experience with expanded, thrilling combat and more robust customization. While a lack of engaging story and network issues hamper its potential, this co-op shooter still offers one of the best Warhammer games I've seen in recent years, end quote. Bottom line, I think this is good, and when all the kinks are worked out and the missing content is added, this will be awesome. I'm still playing it in preparation for a review at some point. I'll keep you posted on that. Next cab off the rank is Need for Speed Unbound. I think it's fair to say we were all a little nervous about this one as EA kind of snuck it out the door. Very little in the way of marketing and no pre-release review window for the press definitely raised some alarm bells. Thankfully, this seems to be one of those situations where the bells were false alarms. The game currently sits at around 79% mostly positive on Steam, with critics in around the same place at a strong 82 on OpenCritic. Windows Central certainly enjoyed this one, scoring it 3.5 stars and saying, quote, Criterion have managed to create a vibrant, beautiful, high-octane Need for Speed entry that dares to breathe new life into a franchise that desperately needed it, end quote. Every.it were at the bottom end of the spectrum though, scoring at a 6.8 and saying, quote, It is ironic how a product called Unbound is, on the contrary, still so harnessed by the canons of traditional open-world racing games, resulting in something all too similar to its direct predecessor. Need for Speed Unbound is an overall valid title, provided, however, that you approach it without too many pretensions. For what it's worth, I've heard a huge amount of positive chatter about this one from a bunch of people, so it looks like a pretty safe purchase if you're down for some straightforward arcade action, which I certainly am after this 2-month-long release season. That brings us to Marvel's Midnight Suns, the latest from Firaxis, makers of XCOM, and a huge departure for them, given the move to deck building and superheroes. Still, talented as they are, they seem to have absolutely nailed it, with the reviews for this one being almost unanimously positive. Steam reviews are pretty rough, with the game sitting at a mixed 69%. Nice. Complaints there center on poor PC performance, de novo, which was previously unannounced, a $50 season pass, which seems excessive, and a premium currency and paid skins in a full-price single-player game. All fair complaints in my opinion, and you can imagine that in a year or so, a discounted Game of the Year package is going to deliver a lot of bang for your buck. Critics, meanwhile, are all about this, with the game sitting at a strong 83 on OpenCritic. Game Informer scored it an 8.5, saying, quote, It's big, boisterous, and a little bit silly at times, but just like the best of Marvel's output in recent years, it's also a rousing good time, end quote. But the Australian contingent was less enthused, as exemplified by Press Start, who scored it a 7 and said, quote, Marvel's Midnight Suns is by and large an unfulfilling superhero title that is only as endurable as it is a courtesy of how great Firaxis are at what they do. There's a lot of heroes and just as many hollow hellos between them that makes me wish all of the story's character drama was checked at the door for more of what Midnight Suns does well, end quote. I'm actually right there with him. I reviewed this, link below the like button. I thought the gameplay was excellent, couldn't get enough of it, but I found the writing to be insufferable, like a badly written JRPG, only with characters I already knew and expected better of. I still recommend this one, but I do recommend skipping through the dialogue. I promise you, you're really not missing too much. And finally, the Callisto Protocol. Oh man, my heart, it hurts. Okay, so you may have seen my review. I did not end up recommending this one. I went in so pumped and so optimistic, and I held on to that as long as I could, but I found Callisto just wore me down with its banality of tone, its unimaginative level design, and its goofy-ass combat, which, as many have pointed out now, is kind of like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, except the zombies are trying to bite off more than just your ear. I don't think it's a terrible game, but I don't think it's good either, and I'm not about to recommend something that I don't think is good. Opinions on this one are definitely mixed, though I think everyone shares a sense of disappointment that it certainly doesn't live up to the excitement we all had for it. On Steam, it's sitting at a mixed 53%, but that has been dragged down massively by the
Pleasure
absolutely
doing business
horrendous
with
day one performance, which has since been patched, so expect that score to continue to climb quickly now that the game is actually playable. Critics have this at a strong 76 on OpenCritic. Windows Central were at the top end of the spectrum with this one, scoring at 4.5 stars and saying, quote, Striking Distance Studios' debut title is a horror game that delivers a high-quality experience all the way through. It won't sway anyone new to scares and frights, but fans of the genre should make this a priority, end quote. Personally, I'm closer to GameSpot's 5 out of 10 on this one. Quote, though it starts off on a strong note, the Callisto Protocol's focus on action-heavy spectacles fails to adequately explore its horrors and overcrowds its weak combat mechanics, end quote. So yeah, a real bummer, but there are plenty of people enjoying this one. If your expectations are at the right level and the price is right, no reason that shouldn't apply to you as well. So maybe circle back to it in a bit after all that season pass content is added, whatever that ends up being. Well, that was a big block, wasn't it? So with that out the way, what's coming out this week? Not a lot, thankfully. We've got more than enough in our Christmas stockings as it is. There's a DLC drop for Back 4 Blood. It's called River of Blood, and it's the third and final planned content drop in the season pass that was sold at launch. Not sure if the devs are planning more content in this one, so we'll find out soon, I guess. This update is a big one since it adds an entirely new act to the campaign, a new enemy type, a new playable character, and all the other sort of little stuff you've come to expect, like skins or whatever. This is paid DLC dropping on all platforms bar the Switch today. Hello Neighbor 2 also arrives today on all platforms bar the Switch. This is a creepy stealth horror game thing where your neighbor is up to no good and you need to sneakily find out what the deal is. Don't get caught, otherwise he will do terrible things to you. Not sure what those things are. They're definitely bad. The first one was well received, so hopefully this one lives up to its predecessor. Grand strategy nerds, it feels like a big year for you guys, and there's no letting up. Since Knights of Honor 2 Sovereign launches today on the PC, I know absolutely nothing about this game, so I'm gonna say, have fun, grand strategy people. May your strategies be grand. That's all I got for you. This next one though, oh yeah, I'm all about this. Roll it, Austin.
I really want to play this game.
This is Choo Choo Charles, and
Choo
I actually
Choo
profiled this
Charles.
some time back when I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, yo, that looks super fucked up. I'm in. You play as a train man who has to drive a train around an island, stopping wherever you can to scavenge for upgrades, while a killer arachno train named Charles tries to kill you. There is nothing about this that isn't the best. It arrives on the 9th, exclusive to PC. I will be playing it on my flight back home from LA, so long as it works on the Steam Deck. And finally, Wavetale arrives on all platforms on the 12th. This one was previously a Stadia exclusive, but with the totally unexpected death of that platform, the game is now spreading its wings and arriving elsewhere. It's apparently pretty great, a nautical-themed exploration game with a strong sense of flow. I love games like that, and given the background of this one, I really hope it finds commercial success. Like I said, all platforms on the 12th. Hey, put this on your radar.
Ooh.
I'm heading to Donatello.
What do you get when you cross the fifth element with Crazy Taxi? Mile High Taxi.
Mile High
That's what
Taxi, bitch.
Crazy Taxi is, for all intents and purposes, dead. Though there have been rumors of Sega maybe reviving it in future. For now, though, we'll have to settle for this bad boy, which appears to be the work of a solo developer by the name of Cassius John Adams. I'm hardly expecting Mile High Taxi to be a 20-hour-long narrative-led Game of the Year contender, but if I can mess around with this for a few hours on my Steam Deck for a couple of bucks, then I'll consider it a massive win. And we're already part the way there, since the game has already been deck verified. This one arrives exclusive to the PC March 13th next year. I strongly recommend against searching for this one on Steam while you have children in the room, because typing in the words Mile High returns about 20 pages worth of games that are not at all about driving taxis. Don't worry though, I got you covered. I've added this one to my Steam curator page, along with links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and a huge amount to get through as we're at the start of the month, and sort of free stuff is sort of flowing. As is tradition, Epic kicks us off. Right now we've still got that XCOM Heroes of Might and Magic hybrid Fort Triumph, as well as Lightweight Game Maker RPG in a Box. They both disappear on the 9th, replaced by 2 new titles. The first is Wildcat Gun Machine, a fun-looking bullet hell dungeon crawler released earlier this year. The other title is Saints Row 4 Re-Elected. The Saints Row games went off the rails in the later releases, all but necessitating a reboot, and we all know how that ended up. Regardless, this Re-Elected edition is a big deal because it includes every bit of Saints Row 4 DLC, and there is a lot of it. So to get both the base game and all this extra content for free, that is a pretty good deal right there. Twitch Prime, not a huge month for that. The two biggest offerings are that remastered version of Quake, which released a little while ago, as well as Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, the first big thing from Joseph Fares, who would then go on to create A Way Out, and then the Game of the Year winning It Takes Two. Both of these and a bunch of other titles are sort of free if you're sub to either Amazon or Twitch Prime, because those are the same thing. Sony Ponies, you're up. The start of the month always heralds the arrival of new, sort of free games on the basic PS Plus tier, and this month you can look forward to Divine Knockout for both PS4 and PS5. This is a platform fighter like Smash with a third-person over-the-shoulder perspective, unlikely to dethrone Smash, but hey, could be fun, especially while the player count is popping off during this PS Plus giveaway period. Biomutant is the other PS4 and PS5 offering. I reviewed this one, link below the like button. I did not like this. I do not think it is good. I think it was perfectly well intentioned, but I can think of few better examples of developers reaching for too much. It's Scope Creep the video game, full of disparate systems and ideas that are half-baked at best and woefully jank at worst. Having said that, some people did like this for its chill vibe and its relaxed exploration. Fair enough. Hopefully you get a kick out of it where I didn't. And finally, topping off the PS Plus lineup is the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. All 3 games, all DLC, all of it given a nice touch up to give it a little pop in the modern era. I'm sure I don't need to sell you on Mass Effect at this point. Some of the greatest games ever made and one of the best sci-fi worlds across any medium. If by chance you haven't played this, then please set aside the required 100 or so hours to do so and get it done ASAP. So that was PS Plus. What say we head over to the Xbox equivalent, Games with Gold? Man, I feel like such a bully every month, but I can't help it. This month, Xbox will receive Colt Canyon, which is a top-down twin-stick shooter with a very simple pixel art style, as well as Bladed Fury, a 2D beat-em-up set in ancient China. Xbox gloats that this is $34 of value and 2,000 gamer score, and I believe it. You win this round, Jimbo. In fact, you win every round when it comes to Games with Gold versus PS Plus. The great leveler, of course, is Game Pass. Obviously, Microsoft's focus these days and the reason why Games with Gold consistently sucks so much ass. Game Pass is bringing some good shit this coming month. We've already talked about Monster Hunter Rise, which arrives next month, but in December you can expect Hello Neighbor 2, which I mentioned earlier in the show, Eastward, which was a very well-received narrative-led RPG, and Potion Craft, a recently released potion brewing indie title that everyone seemed to love. Metal Hellsinger arrives on the service. That sits very high in my pile of shame after having played and loved the demo some months back. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. Damn man, this one absolutely ruled. I reviewed this at the start of the year, link below the like button. Absolutely blown away by how much they crammed into this package. A perfect one for you and the kids in the upcoming holiday season. And finally, High on Life is coming to Game Pass. This is the one from the Rick and Morty dude, Justin Roiland. The humor is not to everyone's taste. More than a few people think this looks a little grating and cringe, but I think it looks funny and I'm down for it. That's out next week for console and PC. And yeah, day one Game Pass.
Day one
Sticking
Game Pass.
with Xbox for our feel-good story for the week, we've covered all manner of weird gaming paraphernalia in the past. From gamer beds to gamer socks to gamer finger socks, meant to enhance your performance while playing mobile games. Spoiler alert, they don't. They just make you look like a dork. Here's one new item that won't make you look like a dork, an Xbox hoodie. Do you know why it won't make you look like a dork? It's because you won't be wearing it. Who will then, you ask? Why, it's man's best friend, and by that I mean his controller. That's right, Xbox have officially made and released Xbox hoodies for your controller. The hoodies come in both black and white variants and sell for $37. They are adorable. For who does not want to keep their controller warm when it's not in your warm, loving, Cheeto-dusted embrace? Unclear how much further Xbox plans to take this idea. My hope, hats for my console. I want a Xbox Series X fedora, or maybe one of those beer can hats. When I see Phil in LA next week, I'm going to ask him to get right on that. And then security will ask me to leave. Alright then, like I said, I'm out of town this week, but before I head off, I do have one more surprise video going up this week. A preview that I think you guys are going to be interested in. The Game Awards are on Thursday, and I'll be recording a special episode of the Friends Per Second podcast that will go live on the weekend, both here on the YouTube channel and on podcast platforms. Next week's news show is going to be a little late as I'll be flying back, but after that, we're heading into the year-end wind down, or wind up, depending on how you look at it. The year in review and Game of the Year videos are on the way. Excited to get those out, and then take a break, because man, I need a break. Let me tell you. Still, the year is not over yet, but this video is. So if you stuck around to this point, could I kindly request a gentle to firm pressing of the like button That's always a huge help to the video and the channel as a whole. If you'd like to stay a while and listen, then perhaps consider subscribing and dinging that notification bell so you'll know the next time a video goes up. Thank you all for being awesome. I appreciate you, and a big thanks to this week's sponsor, Ridge Wallet. All right, no intro bants for this one, just the cold, hard dollars
spit it out.
Thank you for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
So, about
Guarding the
2
bank and
years
treasures of the
ago,
Horde is far more.
Yeah? What do you want?
I made a video, and it was my first impressions with Shadowlands.
Keep your ear to the ground.
And I thought that we would go and watch it and see how things evolved.
What's up, boys? So today, I wanted to talk to you all about Shadowlands. The expansion's been out for a few weeks now. The raid just came out this week, and I wanted to give you all the expansion and just in general.
The raid came out?
Now, before I get into that, I do want to say one thing: is that you guys probably haven't seen a lot of videos from this channel recently. It's not really because I'm lazy. Well, that's one reason, but on top of that, it's also because the camera and the mic on my old phone broke, and I wasn't able to record without the audio being distorted. I tried to fix it a number of different ways.
No, I remember this.
Took it to the store, and they told me I basically needed to get a new phone, or there'd be no way for it to really
That's
work
this phone.
and have the audio
This
be
is the new
recorded
phone.
properly. So because of that, I bought a new phone, and so hopefully now the quality is a little bit better, and we'll be able to record videos and put out a little bit more content in the near future here. So I just wanted to make that kind of clear because I know some people have been wondering why I haven't put out any videos.
Okay,
recently.
let's move on.
That is why. So anyway,
okay, good.
Shadowlands expansion. The release for Shadowlands, I think, went relatively very well. There were, of course, a few servers, I think, on the EU that had a huge amount of problems.
Bro, the same shit happened in Dragonflight. That's the exact same thing that I said in Dragonflight. Everything went pretty much well, except for there were a few servers on the EU that didn't work.
Launch, and I think this has been the case for pretty much every launch, where there's a few of the more highly populated servers. And it seems like this happens more or less on more often, but
it's because they have there's too much government over there, and that's why the servers don't work.
You know, for my server's health is on, there wasn't anything like that. My launch was I won't need this. And I think that Blizzard at this point, they kind of just make the leveling experience really cosmetic. It's more or less just an introduction to the lore of the game, and you basically play through all the different covenants and learn what they're about, and then later on you make a decision on which one you want to go with.
Be careful
So that's about the same with Dragonflight. All right. All about the same.
And I think that the leveling experience in that way does make a lot of sense, and it just works. Now, whenever you talk about like the Red Fate thing, which is the alts, I did hear that was pretty grindy, and
it was fucking garbage. That's what it was. It wasn't very grindy. It was fucking trash. It sucked dick.
Yeah.
Really is fun and enjoyable, and also sometimes it would take longer to some people. I'm not sure how optimization is going to change that, but in general, I'd say the leveling for the expansion is pretty good. And I think that's probably one way that I could describe most of the things in Shadowlands.
Thank you for all the help, Jerry. It means a lot.
And so basically, at this point, this was like right whenever Castle Nathria came out. The PvP season just came out, and I think that that's true. Like at the beginning of Shadowlands, the general sentiment of the expansion was pretty good. Yes, Nathria was a good raid. The beginning of the first arena season was fun. Everything was pretty good. But then
this expansion's been a pleasant surprise for a lot of people.
So I said the exact same thing about Dragonflight. I just want to make sure that you guys keep that in mind. Yes, it's been a pleasant surprise for a lot of people. Yes. The reason why people were happy about Shadowlands compared to the one before it was because Shadowlands had PvP vendors, for example.
Yeah. Especially out of BFA. Yeah. The game seemed... Rich used this word the other day, and I really can't stop thinking about it. The expansion BFA seemed very desperate. They just tried to keep you logging on, keep you playing the game by just creating these really weird contrived systems to keep you doing it. And it's incredible to see the difference and the juxtaposition between that philosophy and the philosophy of Shadowlands, and I think
that's also exactly what I said about Dragonflight. Yeah, so basically this was before we had to, so I said this about Dragonflight as well. It always starts good. Yep, okay.
Really, what comes out of that is the confidence of Shadowlands that Blizzard really had with releasing it.
What
if you look at the way that they released the content for Shadowlands and they've incentivized it, many of the things in the game aren't really necessary to do, but people still want to.
May the purpose
So I also
guide.
said this about Dragonflight. This is one of the things that I thought was good about Dragonflight, and this is something that I did say about Dragonflight as well.
They're fun, and I feel like that's such a it's a weird situation to be in where that's such a novel concept, but here we are.
So in the in the Dragonflight video, I said the same thing.
You have all these different, like the Emperor Port, like build your own abomination, like all these little covenant features and just little extra things that you can do with your character that people really want to do because they enjoy playing the game.
Which I actually thought that the Covenant extra features and the fact that they weren't power related like many things were in BFA and Legion, I thought this was a tremendous improvement and it was much better than what we had before. Yeah, like 100%. Yes, it was absolutely better than BFA. It was. I thought Torghast was going to be good, and I knew it was going to be another chore. Well, the thing is, you can think Torghast is good, but you can think forcing people to do it every week is bad. Like, both of these things can be true.
And I feel like that's just such a complete different paradigm shift versus what we had in BFA, and also in Legion too. I think in Legion, the expansion was a good expansion, but overall it did have some of those
Castle
you
Natria.
could say mandatory fun mechanisms.
Faded
And
bosses.
Shadowlands, I think, doesn't really have that much mandatory fun.
So basically, that turned out to not be true. At the beginning, it was, and then it got worse. We had things like Korthia, other daily things, etc. But I do think that if you want to look at a trajectory, right? Let's do this, okay? This is.
May I tempt you with my wares?
Fun, mandatory fun. Okay, there we go. So this is the mandatory fun graph, okay? So we have let's see, it'd be like this and then like this, okay? So I'll go ahead and I'll put some dots on here so you guys can see it all. Size, we do this one, okay. So all right, and then for text, all right, so this is Legion, and I just want you guys to see kind of where I'm at here. So this is Legion mandatory fun, BFA, Shadowlands, and then this is Dragonflight. So I do think that overall, Shadowlands did have less mandatory fun than BFA or Legion, but Dragonflight has substantially less mandatory fun. You see what I'm saying? For now. Yeah, of course.
It just has fun. And you can engage in it if you want to, and if you don't have to. And I feel like the options and the availability of those options really, I think, is what's made this expansion such a refreshing experience for a lot of people.
So I said the same thing in my Dragonflight video.
Whenever you look at a lot of PvPers especially, I think that you've seen so much more of a revitalization of PvPers' enthusiasm for the game versus Raiders. I mean, Raiders, you know...
Which is very true. PvPers were extremely happy about Shadowlands on release. I remember seeing people constantly posting about it. Everybody was very happy, because you have to keep in mind contextually, Shadowlands was whenever we had deterministic PvP gearing and PvP vendors were added back into the game.
Castle Nathria, we'll talk about that. Castle Nathria is a good raid, right? I mean,
it is.
I thought normal was overtuned, but
it was.
Overall, like heroic mode.
They nerfed it like 5 times.
fucking awesome. Like, I love doing Heroic Mode Castle Nathria, and it was an enjoyable experience. And this is coming from somebody who really just raids for gear. And so even that was, it was a little bit fulfilling. So
I think the reason why also a lot of PvPers enjoyed Shadowlands at the beginning was because during Shadowlands, they didn't have a lot of the, at the beginning of Shadowlands, they didn't have a lot of alts that they had to honor cap on to upgrade all of their gear. They were just doing these things passively through playing the game. So the pain points of leveling up alts and then having to honor gear all of your alts through upgrading every single piece of gear, this wasn't evident yet because people hadn't played through it with more than one character at this point.
I think that you see the way that PvPers especially, because these are people who very often play on multiple characters, etc. as a PvPer, and this was something that was very doable back in Burning Crusade to a lesser extent because of the leveling requirements, but Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria, in Wards of Draenor, and even to a certain extent Legion, but mainly in this earlier expansion, Wrath 2, you'd see a lot of people that would make multiple characters throughout the expansion, and they would play those characters in PvP and just keep up with them.
That's
enjoy
true.
Playing those characters and doing different things. And I think that
very, very true. It's a good point that I brought up. And yeah, I mean, the thing is with Shadowlands, yes, it made it a lot easier to play alts in Shadowlands comparatively with BFA, and I think also comparatively with Legion, probably to a lesser extent with Legion because they had stat templates which made it easier. But overall, I do think that compared to Dragonflight, Shadowlands was extremely hard. And also, like, the amount of extra work you had to go through by the time the expansion was, like, closer to finish, it was much more because there were so many other systems and things added into the game, especially in 9.1.
Whenever you compare that to, you know, like in Cataclysm or in Mists of Pandaria, where you can maintain, you know, 3, 4, 5 characters, that same amount of time investment went into just maintaining one character in BFA.
Which is true.
And that you didn't...
That's another great point that I brought up.
Feel 3 to 5 times better about having that one main character. Yes, of course, the max level corruptions and having all the different stat amps were cool, but at the end of the day, sometimes people want to do different things, and I feel like Blizzard kind of treating the alt experience like a extension of the player experience is a good idea, and I think that Blizzard making more things, you know, not creating gateway or gates for things, right?
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing too, actually. And yeah, I mean, they need to make it easier to play alts. Absolutely, 100%.
Things are time gated in Shadowlands. It's definitely true. Things like Renown, you know, the Covenant campaign, which is tied to Renown, Torghast release cycle, and a number of things other than that have been time gated. And I know this might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't really necessarily hate that. I think that it's important to pace players, and I feel...
I agree with this too. I also think that time gating, even in Dragonflight, like, they have time gating in Dragonflight, it's just harder to see it. The time gating in Dragonflight is that you can only do so many activities that will generate, you know, different types of reputation rewards per week, per day, before it becomes extremely time inefficient. So yes, there are a lot of things that are still time gated in Dragonflight, but it's not as bad. It's better now than it has been in, I think, Shadowlands, and I think that it was in BFA especially. And time gating was really bad in BFA, and Shadowlands was kind of annoying too, especially with like the creation catalyst and shit.
Like WoW has always had the problem of buzzwords, where whenever the community comes up with a buzzword, like I think I used this example from Borrowed Power, time gating, etc. They look at anything that falls into that category or that can be defined by that word, and they automatically correlate it to being bad.
And this is true also. This is something that you guys saw, for example, yesterday or the day before whenever Rich and I did Allcraft, and I was talking about would it be okay if they added Borrowed Power into WoW like later on, and I said yes, it would be okay. And a lot of people in chat were not happy about my opinion regarding that, because they thought that Borrowed Power was like something that's like fundamentally bad, but you forget that trinkets and tier set bonuses, for example, and even you know, like other types of like other weird effects that you have, different other interactions you can have with players, like the Shah gems, legendary cloak, etc. These are all Borrowed Power as well. So it depends on like what the extent of the Borrowed Power is, how hard it is to get it, and how much customization it provides.
I think that Shadowlands does do a good job of pacing players and giving people enough content that they can do without necessarily making them feel like they're overwhelmed. And this is
which at this point in Shadowlands, proportionally to BFA, this was absolutely true. Because BFA had way more mandatory activities than Shadowlands.
Tell me of your
did.
travels.
This is like just a 100% true, a 100% real.
Farewell.
Of course, for somebody who continuously plays, I think for a person coming into the game now, they're going to have even more things to do because they have all the things that they didn't do at the beginning of the expansion already, and I think that's going to continue to be the case. And then also on top of that, it's weird for me to see a lot of my friends, and especially people who are more of the they're more of the casual player, or not necessarily casual player, but they don't, let's just say they don't give a fuck about the lore. And it's really cool to see them even wanting to look and see, well, what is this Night Fae questline? Because I feel like Night Fae is always like, you know, it's always been like the meme, right?
It's the one for furries and girls. Yeah, let's just be honest here. So yes, Night Fae was, the questline for Night Fae was good, and I think this is something that is objectively true. It was true then, it's true now. The Night Fae questline was very good, and I think most of the Covenant questlines, the Revendreth one was also good.
It's like, oh, the furries, the Night Fae, okay, you know, whatever, right? Oh, you make a garden, it's just Animal Crossing, etc. But the fact is that the zones in Shadowlands, and Ardenweald especially, is just so incredibly good that people actually want to try out the campaign, even though it's supposedly for furries, basically. At least
that's a good point. That's exactly what I said.
That's the joke. So
it's not a joke.
Blizzard really knocked it out of the park with the art, and I think the art does seem a lot more inspired than the BFA art. I think there were a lot of things in BFA that actually did look visually cool. I felt like Crucible of Storms was really cool. And a few other things were too, like Stormsong Valley, Drustvar, and even parts of Zuldazar I really did enjoy. But whenever I compare that to the breadth of what the BFA, what the Shadowlands zones have to offer, it's night and day. I feel
I agree with this. I think that, yeah, compared to BFA, Shadowlands zones were better, minus Maldraxxus. I thought Maldraxxus was cringe, but Ardenweald and Revendreth were very good.
Bastion was good.
So many different distinct art styles that are
I don't know about Ardenweald. I never went back there voluntarily.
Feel like it's 4 completely different zones with Shadowlands, Revendreth.
Yeah, and that was the problem, is that this is one thing that I think we didn't realize this early into Shadowlands.
I'm just good at seeing this sort of stuff, I guess. I knew it, I saw it. Yeah, abstract way.
Such a defined way. It's like, you cannot go from one zone to another zone. You have to go from one zone to Oribos to the other zone every single time if you want to travel around. I think that we didn't realize at this point in the expansion how tiresome and cumbersome that was. So, like, as the expansion went on, the annoyance of that really built up. And then also the
to go from Simfall to Bastion is retarded. It's retarded.
Selling point in 2004.
Normally you'd just be able to fly there.
You didn't have any loading screens to go between zones.
Yeah.
And somehow Shadowlands regressed below 2004.
Yeah.
Now you need to go through multiple loading screens just to get from one zone to another in Shadowlands. And I'm glad to see that change with the Dragon Isles. It's a very positive thing.
The Maw, even I'm not a big fan of the Maw, but overall the Maw I think will improve in time as time goes on. Whenever more people get the mounts, etc. And it doesn't take long to do all the things there. It's still really important. Hopefully Blizzard will be able to fix that before the first patch.
Sneezy.
They kind of did. I feel like, yes, they did kind of do that, because, for example, they added it to where you can use all of your mounts in the Maw, and they got rid of the Eye of the Jailer. So this is actually true that they fixed the Maw. Well, they did not fix the Maw, but they dramatically improved the Maw. Am I crazy here? Yeah, I think that I think they did make it better in 9.1.
I don't think so.
No. Or at least with the first patch. But anyway, I think the art style has always been another meme that the art team carries Blizzard, and I think Shadowlands is the reason why that doesn't work. And Shadowlands is the reason why that is one of the main things that people always say.
Yeah, I think Ardenweald, Revendreth, the zones were really good.
The art is incredible. There's such distinct differences between something like Ardenweald versus Revendreth, and they're two distinctly beautiful zones that have a completely different theme to them. And I think that's incredibly impressive, and I think Blizzard did a great job. Whenever I talk about the class gameplay, I think that the classes do feel a lot better to play than they did in BFA. And one of the big reasons for that is it feels like a lot more of your damage is actually tied to the buttons you press on your character, rather than random and incidental damage that comes through procs or...
This was true. In BFA, it was awful. I think it's a little bit better in Dragonflight now. Because in Shadowlands, you still had a lot of, like, especially once we got, like, farther into the expansion, there were, like, all of these other empowering devices that got really annoying.
Like your Azerite necklace, or through your trinkets, or through your Azerite armor. And BFA had a problem where, basically, BFA had a power creep problem, similar to what Mists of Pandaria had, that Blizzard felt like they had to solve. And I think that Blizzard's solution to BFA's power creep problem, because you look at, like, basically from Mists of Pandaria to WoD, everybody felt like their character got, like, massively downgraded. And at least, I don't know, I'm a warrior. Maybe it's just me, but that's really, really, really how I felt.
And you
God damn it!
Recently with Dragonflight, they actually expressly said that
give me the
bad
fucking
to,
falling
like,
flame.
All of your borrowed power, and that's why they're focusing on having more evergreen systems like the talent tree. So, like, Shadowlands, this still happened with, like, Covenant abilities, conduits, and soulbinds and everything. So they're trying to get rid of that.
The statue softly hummed.
And I was salty about it the whole expansion. And then if you look at the power downgrade between BFA down to Shadowlands, there's probably an equal power downgrade in terms of what players are capable of doing, like their survivability, the things, you know, their damage, their
it sucked.
burst damage, etc. But really, whenever you think about it, Shadowlands, I think, feels better than BFA in terms of playing my character. And the reason why...
What do you guys think? Was I right about this or not? Like, I personally think that it might have been better to play your character if you had, like, full corruptions and shit like that, definitely. But overall, I had more fun playing my character at the beginning of Shadowlands versus at the end of BFA.
And I enjoy playing my character more in Shadowlands is that it feels whenever I hit Mortal Strike, or whenever I hit Condemn, which is one of my one event here, and
yeah, so I was happy about that.
And I see somebody's health go down, it's by like this much on my screen. I'm like, that was my book. That was the book that I pressed on my character, and it did that damage.
And this was a huge issue. Like, this had happened for, like, multiple expansions at this point, that a lot of your damage was incidental and out of your control. So Blizzard fixing this in Shadowlands was a huge positive.
Getting that feedback is so much more rewarding on a second-to-second level.
And I think that they improved on this even more in Dragonflight by making it to where all of the things that you pretty much have that, like, give you better, like, character abilities, these are all things that you can control by choosing those talents. You can choose talents that make your character stronger.
Everyone comes to the roasted ram eventually.
Or, like, having some, like,
grab a drink to blend in, but keep your wits about you.
Then just kind of waiting, and basically in BFA you've got a handful of dice, and you're just going to throw your dice at somebody.
The Preach video.
And you've got, you know, the attack, you've got the corruption proc, you've got the Azerite proc, you've got the trinket proc, you've got the Azerite armor proc, you've got the necklace proc, and you've got the cloak proc, and it's like, you know, how many of these are roll 20 and how many aren't?
Any news?
And
isn't it weird to think that BFA came out 4 years ago? Like, I'm just thinking about that watching this video. Like, how much different everything was 4 years ago whenever BFA released.
Should they not have found it by now?
Really,
I am sure everything will be handled by the time our benefactor is already. He will make sure of it.
Careful, we speak too casually. There are unfamiliar faces about.
Feel that something like Classic WoW has. I think whenever you play a warrior in a BG in Classic WoW, if you're not getting, you know, fighting 1v1 against a frost mage, and you're actually doing a team fight, you've got healers, and you're playing your character, it feels fucking amazing. And why does it feel amazing? Because you get that visual feedback of what you're doing.
Welcome to my weary traveler.
Well, you could see it so well in Shadowlands, you could see people evaporate off of the screen. Like, I 100% think that PvP was better in Shadowlands than it was in BFA.
I am always at your service.
Shadowlands PvP was tremendously better.
And I think that's one of the kind of types of, I would say, subtle genius of Classic that Shadowlands really did, I think, do a relatively good job in capturing. I don't really think you can never have it, you can never set the same movie twice. You can never really reclaim what Classic had. And I don't think that Shadowlands really is attempting to do that. But I think that it's attempting to...
I think Dragonflight is to an extent.
I doubt the Primalists come to Bank Vaults to discuss their plans, but we may still overhear something useful. Act like you are inspecting one of the holding chests.
A fun level. For example,
my apologies. There is nothing here awaiting you.
What do you mean? Commander Aeronog said it would be here.
I have not seen him.
Probably did another
Come
one
to think
after
of
this
it,
video.
I have not seen anyone from
I did do a
Southhold
little bit
come
of
by
RPGs,
today.
but I kind of stopped.
Very
I don't
strange.
really even know why, but yeah, that was like pretty much the last one I did.
Think about that. And I look forward to doing more.
Aspect's grace shine
So,
down.
on top of that, let's talk about a little more of the other things. Let's talk about Mythic Plus. I haven't really done a whole lot of Mythic Plus, and by a whole lot, I mean any. I feel like the dungeons are really fun. Mythic Plus has never been something that's really compelled me or really interested me.
Same.
But I think the seasonal affix does seem really interesting, and
Prideful
I'm really
was
curious
cool.
to see what that's actually going to be like in terms of just everyday play. But overall, what I've heard from people is that they've been enjoying it a lot, and so it seems like the dungeons to me in Shadowlands do seem better, and it doesn't seem like a lot of the mob packs are overloaded with abilities like they felt like in BFA.
So that turned out to not be true. Yeah, and it seems like, yeah, so we thought.
We will
Hello,
not
traveler. Are
repeat
you
our
interested in
history. We have been scattered so long.
I think Dragonflight also has the same problem, where like Dragonflight has like each trash mob has 3 different fucking abilities. And by the way, one of the best tanks in a warrior in the world. I mean, sorry, it's just usually just best tanks. It's warrior, makes sense. Agrees with me on this. I think a lot of serious players agree with me on this.
Return to me soon.
There's too many fucking mechanics. It's so tiresome dealing with all the mechanics.
You'll find no better in the city.
Because you have to worry about like 8 different things that could happen.
You'll find nothing better in the Isles.
Shadowlands, excuse me. It's a little bit more relaxed, and I actually prefer that. And I also think the seasonal affix, the prideful affix, is really interesting and cool because it actually gives players a bonus to their damage on top of being a little bit of a detriment as well. And I think that adds to the...
Alfaru, thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think this is a big factor, is that in Shadowlands we actually had the ability to use the affixes to our advantage. It was the first time they used like Kiss Curse affixes, where you would kill the prideful mob and then you would like pop hero and try to burn down a boss. That was really cool.
Completely different dynamic to it. I think over the course of BFA, Blizzard got a lot smarter with the affixes, and I think their final draft with that, which was Awaken, which is the 3 affix, was incredibly genius. Like that was a mastercrafted affix. Not only did it, undercut the rogue meta, but it just completely changed the way people did dungeons, and
Might is quite goodbye now.
You are confident in your tactical abilities. Hey, I am
Good luck out there.
Overall, I think that the new Shadowlands affix is really interesting too, and I look forward to doing it. I just haven't really had time to do it because I've been doing other things. So PvP
Best goods in the
I've
Isles.
talked to a lot of people about PvP, and I think all of the the usual suspects that play PvP all pretty much agree that they really enjoy playing it in Shadowlands much more than they did in BFA. And
I think this is something that remains true. Like this was true for the entirety of Shadowlands. Most people that I had talked to liked it more than BFA. Yep.
I think that's awesome to hear from me personally.
Yeah, Season 1 Shadowlands was just good. Yeah, it was good. The reason why Season 1 at the beginning of Shadowlands felt worse is because there was no content. Like 9.1 should have come out like 4 months earlier.
Because, a lot of you guys might not really know this, but I originally started as a PvPer because I never had time to raid because my parents were divorced. So I couldn't raid on certain weekdays because I'd be over at my dad's. So I'd have to PvP to get my gear instead. So I started off that way. To see other people, to recapture that enjoyment again is, it's in a way very nostalgic for me. So
I think this was a huge positive with Shadowlands, and I actually was right about this part. that being able to
My
buy your
wares
gear
are
from the vendor was way better than getting RNG items from Azerite boxes in BFA or RNG rewards from Legion. This was a huge improvement.
Stones are great. Raid, Castle Nathria. Let's talk about Castle Nathria, okay? Listen, I am a...
Many people come here for commerce.
I remember
Find
I
a
watched,
place to blend in with the merchants and
series
keep your
of it.
ears open.
I had the games back whenever I was a kid. I loved the
May
aesthetic
your
of it.
days bring you joy.
You know, the Victorian Gothic
Looking to
aesthetic
buy?
is just so cool to me, and especially the Venthyr.
I hope to see you again.
I think this part did age very well too. Castle Nathria is still well regarded, and it's considered probably by a lot of people, I would say, am I right about this? The best expansion of the raid? Or best raid of the expansion?
Wide they are and how just fucking in-your-face assholes they are. It's great. I love it. They make amazing characters, and I think Denathrius is an amazing villain in the story too. And I think in a way he's more compelling to me than the Jailer is. But
I didn't know. I didn't know how right I would be with this. Yeah, I had no idea what was to come.
regardless, I think the raid, the tuning of the raid, I did feel like was a little bit intense for normal mode, and that kind of did, it made me feel like I didn't like the raid as much as other people did. It was kind of weird because usually
the reason why normal mode Castle Nathria was bad, and this is kind of what the issue is that whenever you make a normal mode and heroic mode version of a raid really hard, what you do is you punish groups that aren't really that organized. And like if you have like these like fail mechanics that can wipe the whole raid whenever you fuck something up in a normal mode fight, then why wouldn't somebody just go and do heroic whenever that's the same thing but you get better gear? So it makes it to where normal mode has no real distinct advantage over any other type of content. So like, why would you go out of your way to do this if you could just go and fucking ignore it and just do heroic instead, or do Mythic Plus instead, something that's way easier? So just have no mechanics. I think that, yeah, normal mode and heroic mode to a lesser extent should be pretty fucking easy. You shouldn't have mechanics where like if one person or two people do it wrong, the raid wipes. Yeah, I don't think that's good for the game.
Actually, I really enjoy the raid. I remember...
Because the thing is, like, you can say, oh, that's good, that's the way the raid should be. Yeah, but nobody's going to do them. Because they're just going to do Mythic Plus instead because it's easier. That's what's going to happen. So you can't say, like, you can't have, like, this ideology, like, oh, well, they need to learn how to raid. They're not going to. They're gonna take the path of least resistance. And if you have that many fail points in a casual raid, it's just a recipe for frustration.
I said Tomb of Sargeras was an incredible raid, and a lot of people disagreed with me. And the reason for that is because they were the ones doing Mythic, and I was just doing Heroic and having So for me, it was awesome, but, you know, if you're doing Mythic, it fucking sucked. And the funny thing is, it's the opposite now, is that normal, you know, for a lot of people sucked, but I went and I did Heroic, and I had 1,000 times more fun.
Yeah, Heroic felt much more rewarding, and this is something that I hope they do with the new raid, is they actually make the new raid rewarding for, like, for people to do normal mode and heroic mode. Because whenever you're doing normal mode and you have all of these, like, fucking fail mechanics and these fucking hard mechanics that everybody has to execute in the right way, what you end up doing is you make it to where all these people, it's like at that point, why wouldn't you just go and do heroic? Like, you have all the same mechanics. Yeah, things do a bit more damage, but you get way better gear.
Like, I was getting more rewarded for my time investment, for the level of...
yeah, whenever I did normal, I just felt like I was wasting my time. Like, why am I even doing this when the gear isn't even that good anyway?
Gameplay that I was kind of putting into it. But, you know, getting 200 gear after wiping for 2 hours with, like, you know, 3 separate one-shot mechanics on normal mode, I'm like, yeah, fuck this. But heroic, it sounds great. I'm happy. This is awesome. So
yeah, it's proportional to your investment.
It's kind of funny the way that Blizzard did that. And obviously, I think it was unintended because, you know, they nerfed a lot of the stuff. But it's weird that it could motivate somebody like me to just want to do a harder difficulty because it just felt more rewarding. And it's weird because, of course, Shadowlands took a completely different paradigm.
That's how ratings should be.
Did you hear? What gear acquisition really means in Shadowlands. And because of that,
a Drake tells me that the Trueborn are on the move. Something important is about to happen.
Permanence of that gear.
I think this is something that turned out to be
I
true
do
for
not know the
Shadowlands.
details, but
This definitely turned out to be true.
is close to finding it.
All is said and done,
You
in
have the
Shadowlands,
power
you
to
could
put the
actually have a
flights in their
business, you could
place
actually finish your
as
year.
they
You could
deserve.
get everything you wanted and be done with it. And aside from the last patch in BFA, a very small period of time, this was not true in BFA, and it was certainly not true in Legion.
Example, I got Sculptor's Wing from the first boss in Heroic Castle Mathria.
I remember
and
this.
I
got that one too.
Until I get the Mythic version. And that's really cool to just have that there.
I never got the
and
Mythic
I look
version.
at that item, and that is the item. There's not a socket on it itself.
I
So long as you are
serve
here
the
to aid
aspect.
Valdrac,
Which
sir,
was a
the
big
Primalists are
improvement
up to
again
something in the
with,
south, and
with
soldiers have not
Shadowlands,
been
is that
arriving from
you were
South
able
Cold
to
Garrison.
apply sockets and
This
they
does
were
not
no
sound good,
longer
Spike Aklivet.
RNG.
That does
Be
not.
safe.
Another great point by me.
I can, you know, maybe put a socket on it if it's a certain piece of gear. But other than that, it is what it is. And that is great. And I can just sit there and relax. And after I reach an apex on my warrior, and I have the gear that I want,
I can quit the game and play Final Fantasy, which is what happened.
done farming all the mounts that I want, which seems at this point probably not going to happen. But other than that,
I was right
I
about
can
that.
go play my other characters. I can go.
Yeah, I never played any other character. I just started playing Final Fantasy. Yep, that's what it was.
Something else in the game, and I think Blizzard having the confidence to not try to attach players into these mandatory fun mechanisms like BFA had shows how confident they were in this expansion. And the ironic thing about that was, I think that's also
So that didn't happen. I was wrong about this one. Ooh, I was wrong about this one, especially 9.1, man. Oh my god, that was a cock. That was not good.
in the Covenant system.
Yeah.
Now, I was never a fan of the way that the Covenant system is going to be released. and I'm still
Domination
not.
sockets.
I'd like to be able to use different abilities. It's not even a 1% argument. I just want to be able to use the Kyrian Spear sometimes. I got killed by a warrior in Arena, and he used the Arden Warrior ability. And I'm like, wow, that's badass. I'm going to try that out and see what it's like. And I'd like to be able to try out these abilities without having to, lose something for it and have to spend a long time, like, reinvesting back into Venthyr or whatever.
And this was an issue, like, with Covenants. Covenants were bad right from the beginning. I was right about this. They eventually changed it because they realized that I was right, like always.
Overall, the Covenant abilities aren't nearly as impactful as they were in the beta, and I think because of that, the features of Covenants that people were really worried about were very much toned down. And it's the same thing with the conduits as well, soul binds, and conduits to a lesser extent. They were toned down.
They were proportionally, but if you looked at the breakdowns, especially as people got more time into the expansion, pretty much everybody was playing the exact same thing, which was what the concern about the Covenants was at the beginning, and that also turned out to be correct.
That toning down, players are a little bit more okay with them being a little bit of a player power upgrade, because they don't really seem influential enough for most people to really care about them, and for them to seem to be as defining as players thought they would be. I think also, like, this is going to be something that will become less and less of the case, because as people learn more about the game and as people theory craft more about the game, you will see further and further differentiation between, like, mid-level players and high-level players, because there's just so many things that you can optimize in Shadowlands.
Which became very true. That became even more true with, like, soulbinds, conduits, legendaries, fucking covenants, everything, gearing, trinkets. Yeah, like the difference between a good player and a bad player got way bigger because you had so many different ways that you could optimize. Now in Dragonflight, they improved this even more, where we pretty much have most of our power coming directly from the talent system.
Then whenever, obviously, they reach that point, there will become more of an expectation to further optimize your character, which, of course, there's, it's a double-edged sword. Having these cool things that you can optimize also means that, WoW as a game, and I've said this before, WoW as a game probably has one of the strongest meta adherence cultures possible. And
I think this continues to be true. Even throughout all of Shadowlands and into BFA, into Dragonlands. The other day I was doing a battleground, and by the other day I mean literally last night. I was doing a battleground and every single warrior was running Annihilator Fury. Every single one. This is just like because everybody saw the video. I'm running Annihilator Fury too. Like, I'm not any better than they are. I'm doing the exact same fucking thing because everybody's gonna copy paste the best thing. And this is just generally how Warcraft goes. And I think the reason why there's such a strong meta adherence to Warcraft is because not only do you have to play with other people in order to achieve things, but failing to achieve those things is much more punishing in WoW than it is in a game like Final Fantasy or Lost Ark. Like, in Lost Ark, you don't lose as much time and as much resources whenever you lose to a boss, whenever you die to a boss. It's the same thing as Final Fantasy. Whenever you die to a boss, you just respawn right in front of them again, you do it again. But with WoW, you have to rebuff, you have to run back, you have to wait for people to get there, there are more people in the raid, there are so many other logistical challenges that exist in WoW, it makes making sure that you invite everybody into the raid more important, that they're not going to waste even an additional amount of time. Like, I've done this before and I'll do it again. So if you're going to be, so let's look at three different games, okay? And we're gonna do WoW, FF14, Lost Ark, okay? So in Final Fantasy 14, you spend this much time doing the boss, and you spend probably, I mean, I would say even less. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna change this again. You probably spend about this much time, and this is like mandatory time, not like strategizing or anything like that. Of course, you can spend other time strategizing. So this is how much time you spend actually pulling the boss. Okay, so let me see here. And then right here we have, this is logistics, okay? Logistics. So this is like, you know, making sure we have everybody in the raid, getting your buff, etc. It's a very, very small period of time in Final Fantasy. In Lost Ark, that amount is probably like right here. And this is the amount of time that you spend actually, I'm not going to write it down every single time, but you guys can generally get the idea. This is the time that you spend actually pulling the boss. In WoW, it's about like this. And I would say actually pulling the boss for good guilds is like this. Or sorry, for good guilds is like this. And for bad guilds, or sorry, for good guilds is like this, and for bad guilds is like this. So I'll type it again just so everybody understands. Actually pulling the boss. So this is what the issue with WoW is. And this is why there's such a strong meta adherence to WoW. Is that you have so much mandatory logistical time. You have so much mandatory logistical time in WoW that you have to spend. Trash mobs, travel time, summoning, getting 20 players instead of, or like, you know, 10 players instead of 4 or 8 with Lost Ark. Getting 20 players to do Mythic versus getting a smaller amount in Final Fantasy or Lost Ark again. So you, repairs, buffs, fucking food buffs you have to do every single pull. Like, you see, like, all of the different things that waste your time in WoW, and whenever that time is getting wasted in WoW, it makes playing the game feel so much worse. And the result of that is that people are much less tolerant of fuck-ups. They are way less tolerant of fuck-ups in WoW, because whenever you have a fuck-up, that time wasting is magnified by the systems in the game. You see what I'm saying? Wipe makes it worse. And this is a problem that is engineered into the game. This is not a player base is the problem situation. This is Blizzard coded this into the game. There is no reason, for example, that you can't respawn right in front of a boss. There is no reason that you cannot have a summoning stone right there next to every single boss. There is no reason that only warlocks can use summoning stones. There should be multiple classes that can do this, like a mage or like a druid or something like that. These are negative things that make the that add friction to the game that provide, in my opinion, minimal to no value. You want zero risk, all reward? So do you think that it's zero risk in Final Fantasy whenever you have a fight that takes like 7 days to beat by one group? You're fucking stupid. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What's the risk is dying of old age by the time that you pull the next boss. What kind of a risk is that? That's bullshit. This isn't fun. This is fucking annoying.
We protect the
risk of
Isles.
breaking an ankle running back, exactly. Elden Ring provides some proof of that. Before players start the journey to the boss is part of it. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, you probably died more if you played Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring. There's a good chance that you probably died more in the process of doing Blue Smelter Demon than you died doing probably any other boss minus like maybe 2 or 3 in Elden Ring. But that probably had nothing to do with Blue
Aspects
Smelter.
watch
It
over
had
you.
everything to do with the run back. It was awesome. So that's what the problem. And that didn't like I beat it. That's how I know. It was not fun. It was awful. It sucked. The Shaman main hero and other classes get less now because responsibility isn't on me. I'm in the middle of an insane mechanic session. Yeah, the gameplay wastes your time, thereby wasting your money. I don't think it's anything like that. Just waste your fucking time.
Ours is a solemn burden.
Yeah, exactly. It's awful. Optimizing builds is a way to overcome difficulty. Well, optimizing time also is. And that's why I think that it's a huge problem that WoW has with how much time they intentionally waste. You see what my point is? Bro, on top of this, Flare Devs, you've on a toy or something like this. Adds pay to wait. Oh, they're not going to add like pay to win waste to that. In Lost Ark, you don't have Crystalline Aura. You have to stop the raid to repair.
For the glory of the dragons.
Yeah, and that's bad with Lost Ark. I agree with that. And also, there's way more trash in WoW. Like, that's also another factor. Going from boss A to boss B, there is way more trash in WoW than there is in Final Fantasy or Lost Ark. And I think it is cumbersome and it takes way too long. There's no trash in Final Fantasy. There are in some of the older raids. I've done them. I don't know about the newer raids. I can't speak to that, but I know that there is some trash in the older raids. Does
For the
logistics not
glory of
include
the
trash? I think it is.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
Too true, need to get to content quickly. Same thing with the travel system in New World. Killed a game called Darkfall as well with no travel. Exactly. So I think this is one of the biggest problems. I just want to reiterate this and then move on. This is one of the biggest problems with WoW right now. Is that WoW has so much mandatory downtime that raiding requires that it makes it unfun, frustrating, and it makes players be much more unforgiving to mistakes. Because whenever a person makes a mistake, they didn't just waste 2 minutes of your time, they wasted 10 minutes of your time. And that's why it happens. One argument you can make is if they're finally on the path to fix problems like that. Yes, I'm just saying that this is something that I want them to continue to do. Not players, you. I like rebuffing and downtime. You like having to sit there and cast all of your spells after every single pull? Just a minute. Horde Banana, what's your armory? I'm gonna look you up right now. What's your armory? What's your character name?
Shouldn't do this.
Yep. What's your character name? Here we go. Nope, we're gonna do it. Wild Banana on Classic. All right. Let's see here. Logs. Wild Banana. Classic WoW. We'll assume it's one of these two. Maybe it's this guy. Maybe it's this guy. Let's assume or hope that it's this guy. This guy obviously is a very serious feral druid. You play the game all the fucking time. You have really great parses in Classic WoW. Without a doubt. Your parses are really, really good. However, how much downtime do you really have whenever you're killing a Nubricon in 1 minute? How much downtime do you have whenever you're killing Grobulus in 1 minute? Patchwork dies in 2 minutes. Your actual behavior in the game indicates that you want to clear it as fast as possible. That's why you're killing the boss fights and you're in a group with people that want to kill it as fast as possible. So yes, while you talk about how much downtime you may want to have, the way you play the game tells a different story. And also, that's totally fine. If you like downtime, that's what Classic is for. Classic was made for you. But I'm not playing Classic right now.
The
I'm
aspects have
playing Retail WoW,
returned.
and I don't want it to waste my time the same way that Classic did. And you can rest assured, I will not ask for any of these things in Classic WoW, because that's fundamental to what Classic WoW is. So yeah, that's my viewpoint on it. Check his last message. Okay.
This is your time.
In TBC, yes, thank you. I don't like retail. Totally fine. I think there's a lot of people that don't like retail. And I think one of the reasons for it is things like this, like time-wasting mechanisms. Yeah, 100%.
It's not really Blizzard's fault, it's not the player's fault, it's just the way the game is. Because really, WoW is a difficult game whenever you're doing, a Mythic Raid or a high-level Mythic Plus or high-level Arena. And this is a hard game. So, if you're playing a game like Witcher 3 and you're not playing on Death March or, something like that, or even if you are, the game's not extremely challenging unless, my understanding is, until you get to the DLC. But a game like Dark Souls does have a lot more meta adherence than a game like Witcher 3 or a more story-driven game. It doesn't really focus a lot on difficulty. But the harder a game is, the more you're going to be influenced into picking a meta,
I will see you
because that's the more the meta will actually matter in terms of making the difference between you succeeding or not. And
this is something that's true with pet battles as well. Like, Blizzard got into this idea where they want to have these pet battle challenges where you beat every trainer with like every different combination of pets. And in the process of doing that, they made it to where there's only 1 or 2 different comps that will work, and you have to play in a super telegraphed way. Like, you have to do move 1, you do this, move 2, you do that, move 3, you do this. And the harder you make a game, I'm absolutely right about this, is that the harder you make a game, the more people have to adhere to metas. Absolutely.
I think WoW has that problem, and then that problem is also compounded with the social expectation. And a lot of these other games are single-player games. So if you play the game and you suck or you're doing a little bit slower, then who cares? But whenever you're in WoW, you actually have to get other people that voluntarily want to play with you. And who would want to play with somebody who's handicapping themselves and holding back the entire team? And so you have the social pressure aspect and also the difficulty aspect, which makes WoW a very, very meta-heavy game, meta-driven game.
WoW is the most meta-driven game that I've ever played. And I think also another reason why WoW is super meta-driven is because we have so many tools to evaluate performance. Like, so many players, everybody runs damage meters, everybody knows what logs are, and I think that's another big reason.
I don't run damage meters. I don't give a flying fuck about that.
Never really stop that. I think
really don't care about that.
Is just keep changing the meta regularly without necessarily causing resentment to players who have picked the previous.
And this is something they didn't do with Shadowlands, because like the meta stayed the same for like the first year of the game because it got no updates.
Meta and just keeping things fresh and keeping them new. And as long as Blizzard does that, I feel like people will appreciate being able to swap around and do different things. And I think also the ease of access of being able to pick different characters actually really works in that favor. Because I remember whenever, I think this is patch 4.3, and this is back in Cataclysm, whenever they removed the cooldown on Chain Lightning, and every single person in Stormwind on the PTR for the 4.3 PTR was just sitting in Stormwind on like a Draenei Paladin spamming Chain Lightning at the target. That means like they're Darth Sidious. And
it was
I
a good
remember thinking to myself, fuck, it's time to have a barbecue with my shaman.
That's exactly
and I did,
whatever I
and
did.
it was so fun to play my shaman then. I used to love it, and it was the same in Cataclysm.
I bring order.
Let this serve as a notice that the Primalists will never be welcome in Valdratkan.
Report
Southern
back.
exposure. Based on your discoveries, I suspect the Primalists are attacking Commander Iranok's garrison at Southhold. But my Scalesworn cannot leave the city, as that would be exactly what the Primalists are hoping for. I need your help again, Skycat Livetv. Travel to Southhold, see what kind of forces we are facing, and if possible make contact with the garrison guardians there. Travel to Southhold.
Go swiftly.
Finish me off. Primalist Scott. Commander Ernog? Who are
you? Have my thanks, and my apologies, stranger. In the heat of battle it is difficult to distinguish a friend from a foe, and there are plenty of foes around.
It is good you are here. The Primalists
you have
must
my
be
thanks.
purged.
Vengeance, served hot. The Primalists caught us completely unawares. Volomir spits in disgust. My fellow Guardians were ripped apart by these monsters. I would have joined them in death if you had not shown up when you did. Off in the distance I can still hear the sounds of battle. Perhaps others still live, maybe even Commander Eranog. Lend me your aid. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak to a position closer in. Killing a few of these so-called Magmar Sworn would be perfect. Kill 12 Magmar Sworn Primalists within South Hold Gate. Vengeance, served hot. The Primalists caught us completely unawares. Volomir spits in disgust. My fellow Guardians were ripped apart by these monsters. I would have joined them in death if you had not shown up when you did. Off in the distance I can still hear the sounds of battle. Perhaps others still live, maybe even Commander Eranog. Lend me your aid. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak to a position closer in. Killing a few of these so-called Magmar Sworn would be perfect. Kill 12 Magmar Sworn Primalists within South...
What?
We must press on. What is going on?
The fog of battle. The Primalist attack came suddenly and with no warning. My unit attempted to find our leader, Commander Eranog, but before we could get to the other side of the garrison we were cut off. In the battle my unit leader, Sergeant Tagric, held off 3 Primalists by himself as Kaura, Micah, and myself battled at his side. Their screams are the last thing I remember before I fell. Please, Draxa, if you see any signs of my unit let me know what happened to them. Search for the members of Guardian Valomir's unit in the South Hold Gate.
I will make my way to the bridge at the middle of the garrison. Meet me there when you are done.
The body of this guardian has fine metal work upon her horns.
Fucking tree. Ate up like five of my bubbles. So annoying. Oh.
This guardian is covered with ghastly wounds.
The fuck?
Just as
Did my mouse just die? My mouse just
his words
died.
caught in a gurgle.
Oh no.
He lets out a heavy sigh and slumps to the ground, dead.
That's gonna be annoying. My fucking mouse die? I think it did. That's so annoying. I should have charged it last night. I didn't see it coming. Oh, what am I gonna do without my mouse? I just don't know. Got to look around. Ooh, wait. Ooh, you might serve. And then what? Yeah, like I bet that serves while I charge these. Yeah, let's do that. I'll just pull it. So where's the other one? Right, the other one's right here. Right here. So where are those back there? Why are those back there? It's weird. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. In any event, gotta charge this bitch, and I don't know. The best way to do that might be there. Yeah. Charge. Okay. Am I dying? I am. Oop.
This guardian is covered with ghastly wounds. Just as you arrive, you see him struggle, his words caught in a gurgle. He lets out This is the body of a dragon spawn. Given the heavy armor, it appears this wasn't one of the normal guardians.
I am thankful for your arrival.
Great
Report
work,
back.
Evoker. Those monsters deserve every bit of pain you gave them twice over.
We
This
must press
pains me to
on.
hear, but I understand. Thank you, Evoker.
My
Remember the
best
fallen.
people
So many of my comrades have fallen.
lost.
Please. Collect their identifying signets so
We
that their
must
names may
press
not be
forward
forgotten.
and see if Commander
Collect 8 South
Aeronog
Pole
has
garrison
survived.
signets.
Gather any supplies you can find. We will need all the help we can get.
Slightly used weapons. This spear appears to be in good shape, given the condition of its former owner. Guardian Volomir mentioned to keep an eye out for useful materials. Perhaps a few more of these spears can be obtained from the Magmar Sworn. Tying things together.
What is going on? The
Their memories will be honored.
Primalists must be purged. It is good you are here. I am thankful for your arrival.
Good find, Skycat Livet. These should be useful.
We must press on. The Primalists must be purged. Report back.
Rope. There is no time to make a net. Wait. I have an idea.
We must press on. Report. Keep the Primalists busy while I search further up the tower for the commander.
Get out of my way, Evoker.
Not bad, not bad.
Over here, I think I found Commander Aeronog. It is
Well
good
done,
you are
Sky
here.
That should.
The
Where's the truth?
Primalists must
This is the
be
only part of the
purged.
fortress we have. This is the only place left that Commander Iranov could be. Hopefully, he is safe.
We must press on. Over there.
Your guards did not join our ranks as expected, Aeronog.
I am not concerned. Dead soldiers cannot get in your way.
I see you have unearthed the Flame Stone. I can sense its strength.
It is now time for your end of this bargain.
Arise. Primalist Aeronog. I pledge this power to free my kind from the leash of the aspects. Then go, while I turn this wretched Titan-stained place into ashes!
What is going on?
The commander was behind this. I cannot believe he would betray us like this.
The
Firefighter.
Primalists must
Commander
be
Iranov has betrayed
purged.
us and left this beast in charge. You have done so much for me already, but I cannot handle that monster in my current state. Please, do this one last thing for me and help ensure that South Hold Gate does not fall to these primalists. We must kill their leader. Help me, Skycat Livetv. Kill Magma Talon.
We must... That traitor! Go defeat the Primal...
Back to the elements.
I
With their leader dead, these primalists should be easy for reinforcements from Valdrakken to clear out.
Report back.
Reporting in. The primalists' threat has been diminished, Skycat Livetv. Forces from Valdrakken will be headed in soon, and can clean up any remnants. You should head back to the city and
Thank you, hero. Though Aeronog's betrayal is painful, we have at least reclaimed Southgate Hold. Though my unit fell today, I will always keep the memory of their courage in my heart. May we never falter in our watch for further rebellion. Farewell, hero.
Pretty cool. Beautifully done.
Valdrakken is under my protection.
Flame and Scale, this is a terrible development. However, you were able to prevent them from taking South Hold Gate. That is no small feat.
I require a moment of your time, hero.
Did you
I
hear the
promise
noise?
it shall not be
There has
wasted.
been an incident on the bottom floor. One of my trusted investigators, Arima, was there first. He will require assistance gathering evidence while he tries to interview the crowd. Help Arima investigate the incident at the bottom floor of the Seat of the Aspects.
Valdrakken stands strong. The
So long as
city
you are here to aid
awaits.
Valdrakken, the Scalesworn will be grateful for the assistance.
Be safe.
The flow of time.
Your mind
The threads
to
of time
what
flow
is
like a
yet
river,
to
with many
come.
bends and branches. Occasionally, those flows can be changed. However, any anomaly left unresolved may doom our destiny to a false timeline. We are quickly approaching one of those anomalies. I have sent Chronormu to the Shifting Suns to investigate and correct any issues to the one true timeline. I foresee that your assistance will be invaluable. Please lend us your aid and meet with Chronormu. Travel to the Shifting...
Future will.
Sucks.
I cannot speak to everyone and search for clues. The longer this takes, the more likely the culprit will get away.
I have
Please, listen
lived
carefully to
to
what I have to
see
say.
them return.
Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about? I am grateful Captain Drin sent you to help. You have keen eyes and are resourceful. Follow the clues. Investigator Erima reviews the map. It is clear what the X scrawled over the seat of the aspects represents. But there is also a circle drawn around the Misty Veil. Perhaps this is the rebels' next target. Or a base of operations. Only one way to find out. Meet me at the Veil. Meet...
Aerial flaps.
Aerial challenges. Flaps flaps his wings excitedly, dropping both a note and a singed rodent at your feet. Dragon Rider. Your flight prowess has become well known. Come test yourself in aerial challenges across the Dragon Isles. Speak to any bronze timekeeper to get started. Speak to a bronze timekeeper to learn about aerial challenges.
I never gave up hope.
Another
Until we
challenger.
meet again.
Welcome. Aerial challenges are timed races on courses throughout the Dragon Isles. Beat track times to earn your rank.
Continue to serve.
Ready for a daring course.
Aspects watch over you.
Please! Please! Oh my god, you're goddamn dumb! You throw away like the whole 2 minutes of my life just on that? Yeah, you did. And you can see just riddled with that design, all of it. Just come on, man.
Ready for a daring course.
Try again. Try again, you piece of fucking shit. Ate my last fucking second or whatever. It's so stupid. God damn it! Go, go! God damn it, don't touch the fucking ground. Come on, man. Don't touch the fucking ground. Don't touch the ground. Don't touch the fucking ground.
Ready for a daring course.
It has been so long.
Yeah, I mean, it was good.
Twitch stream. I think this is the first time I've played music in a long time, so let me know if it's too loud. I did a little clip check. I think we're alright, but let me know. Durgan14, thank you so much for the 28 months of subs. Dude, what is going on, man? Good to see you. Really, really appreciate that. Wrong one. Oh, man, the encoder is still overloaded whenever I change scenes. Man, I thought I figured that out. Interesting. Changing back, I didn't see it. So maybe we are making improvements. Damn. Everything seems so much louder tonight. I wonder what I did. It's good to see you guys. Durgan, thank you so much. Tildar, Dark Drift, what is up with all this like Sandoria love? Not super into what that is suggesting. Look at this. So I've been messing around with the reshade stuff, and that's actually a little bit what I was going to work on tonight. Look at how much these settings are affecting these lights. I noticed the little red on the back of the wall. It's not super consistent. I'm trying to look at my settings to see if I think that's changing bounce light intensity from 1 to 2. You bring it down to 1. Oh, it's not good.
Ooh, that doesn't look too good.
Also, just look at the brightness on the light itself.
Wow. Dear God, why?
Very interesting. Sorry, got some questions on that. I've been trying to get a good balance of it doesn't affect my stuff too much, but I'd like to get a little bit better. Just like a little bit of lighting changes that are kind of cool. I think I got it pretty much nailed down. The Tweet, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Things are pretty good. Been a little stressful around here, but we're getting to a point. Ah, hang on, wait. Moogle's got an announcement. Oh, second floor. Nice. So, last time we were messing around with Red Mage. I think I'm gonna switch over. I think I'll switch over to White Mage. And just see how that feels, 1 to 10. I know it's gonna be a disaster. It's no sub. But I sort of need to figure out if it's something I can. Because I'm thinking of starting out Black Mage. Wait, why? Oh, there's no headpiece. I was like, why can't I? I was like, there's nowhere stuff could be. What is this? What is even happening? I need dagger. It's now useless. That's alright. Extensio, what's going on, dude? Oh, Snap hunting in the house, and he's gonna talk about Horizon 11. Dude, definitely. I'm super pumped. I was gonna play Metal Gear Solid 2 tonight. Because we still need to finish it. And I'm a little disappointed that we're not, but like... I couldn't help it. I just want to talk about 11 right now. This is not Horizon, Neurotic Light, or is it Neurotice Light? It's not. It won't be out for another couple weeks. But this is just retail. It's Odin. I just don't have anything I'm really working on for, like, my main account characters. I've just been kind of messing around with graphic settings and stuff on this fresh character to get a feel for how we're gonna do it. Wait. Oh no, it's just naturally they got light busting out of here. It's pretty cool. Look at that pop in. That was kind of weird. Darkroot, Hype Horizon. What did I see? I saw Horizon Miss. Like Christmas, but Horizon. I've got to figure out. I'm trying to remember where I have to hand these in. Crawler Calculus is over in Winter's Woods, I think. Smooth Stone, though, is Chimama? Nearby somewhere? What is going on with, like, all these lights and everything? I don't even think that's my...
I like him, but I don't think...
Somewhere around in that time period. And it was so fun. So giving people that option to just go and play another character without having all these other barriers to entry that are artificially created.
And I think this is true, right? With Shadowlands, that Shadowlands was a lot better than BFA in this regard.
You know, Azurite, like your corruptions, like your necklace, like, you know, all these things. Yeah. And just being able to play the game, gear is gear, damage is damage, the game, and fun is fun. I think that's really what Shadowlands has to offer, and I think they've done a great job on it. So for a lot of you guys...
And I think that at this point, I was right. Because you've got to keep in mind, this is right whenever Castle Nathria came out. And would you guys agree with me whenever I say that at the beginning of Shadowlands, the game was in a good state? Was it lit? It's hard to say if the game was lit. But it was good.
Greetings.
Settle
Would
down
you like flying fish?
People were happy
the fish
with
could
the
be
game.
biting better,
They
don't
were
you think?
for the future of
you
the
know,
game.
that gives me an idea.
It was okay.
Legend says these lakes
Not
and
lit,
rivers
but
did
a
not
good,
always
yeah.
have fish. They say these watering holes were stocked with fish when the dragons soaring overhead dropped them.
I'd say that,
Can you believe it?
Farewell,
how do you rate a game?
friend.
How do you say a game is worth its money? Is it 40 hours of gameplay? I think that's usually the benchmark a lot of people...
The fish are always biting this time of year. Why not pitch in and catch a few?
Let's speak again soon.
I'd say so. Yeah,
May your cast land true.
The fish are
And
always
I
biting
think
this
is
time of year.
always true.
Why not pitch in and
If
catch
you
a few?
value your time at $1 an hour, you will get your money's worth. No, I was right. I was fucking right. I said the same thing about New World. I said the same thing about every other MMO, is that if you value your time at $1 an hour and you are interested in playing MMOs...
Now this is some great fishing.
New
Hey,
World
friend.
on release even, or
Utter
Shadowlands
devastation.
at any point
Hey
in
there,
time,
friend.
you would probably
These
get your
hero
money's
tucks keep
worth.
stealing my catch. Personally,
said
I'd blow
this
them up,
for
but
a
our
long
Tuskar friends
time.
don't seem too keen on that action. I made
Say
this
the same
erotic
thing,
deterrent
holy
device
God,
MK
yeah, 'cause
for
we're
okay,
both
but
right.
I ain't a great swimmer.
Objective,
You seem
right?
like you got the
difference
goods.
between
Why
subjective
don't you do
and
us all a
objective?
favor?
No,
Activate
I
the
think
device,
that
swim
you
a
don't
swim
know the
around over
difference
there, and
between
scare
me
them off.
being right and
Scare off
you
the
being
pesky
wrong.
Otucks. Utter devastation.
So I'm right about
Hey
this.
there, friend.
That's the
These
difference.
hero tucks
Number
keep stealing
one.
my catch.
Number two,
Personally,
it's
I'd blow them
obvious.
up, but our Tuskar
Absolutely
friends don't seem too keen on
fucking
that
obvious
action.
that if a lot of
I
the
made this
people that
erotic...
are playing the game and they are complaining about no content in the game. Many of these people have got more content out of the game already than many other single-player games. I am not wrong. And Farah, thanks for 5 subs. I appreciate that.
Just a few things that I'm not really a big fan of. So covenant restrictions, conduit restrictions, kind of annoying. And then also on top of that, not really a big fan of not having Master Guild rate, especially for Mythic. But overall, I think it's definitely not just a step in the right direction. I think that it's a lot of steps in the right direction. And
Shadowlands was a lot of steps in the right direction. I mean, from BFA, like from BFA into Shadowlands, was it a lot of steps in the right direction? I think so. Yeah, from BFA, I think that BFA was a pretty big improvement.
I've said this before, that WoW needed something to change things up and really kind of flip the script on the game to make make it feel new, because everybody's just constantly, okay, new WoW expansion, 10 more levels, 3 more raids, 10 more dungeons. Wow, what else is new? And you have a certain level of boredom that kind of manifests with that. I think Shadowlands did.
I think people expressed this with Dragonflight as well, that they were bored of, the same formula. Because Dragonflight does use, in general, the same formula. 10 new levels, probably 3 new raids, new fucking bullshit, and it's just new content in the same way that they've always delivered it.
Good job trying to break the mold of that as much as they realistically could. And hopefully Blizzard continues taking more chances like they did with Shadowlands. And the fact is, sometimes whenever you take a long shot, it's like in Call of Duty, right? It's like you see somebody that's really, really far out, and like you'll see I do this all the time whenever I'm streaming Call of Duty, and like you'll see any other Call of Duty streamer do this. There'll be some guy that's like fucking 10 miles out in the field, and you will try to pop this dude off.
Doc does this all the time. Doc will try to take these like ridiculous like no shot situations, like some sniper shot from like 1,000 miles away, just to get the shot. Because like eventually he'll hit one. He hits one like once every 6 months, right? And then he posts it on Twitter, and everybody's talking about how good he is.
And there's like a 90% chance you're gonna.
Yeah, he does this all. He's always done this since PUBG.
That is a clip, and everybody is spamming. For me, Bulb Shroud, or whatever they want to call it. These are, and so if you hit that long shot, everybody appreciates it, and everybody respects it. And I think that's the way a lot of people are looking at the Shadowlands, and it's really great to see.
I think that
is a solemn burden.
I mean, at this time,
our flight has much to offer.
In my experience in the expansion, I don't think that I was totally wrong, but as time went on, I became more wrong.
So anyway, guys, good expansion. And before I finish the video, I do want to say, obviously, most people really enjoy an expansion on release, and then they start to hate it as time goes on. I really hope that's not what happened with Shadowlands.
Well. Oh no. Oh no. Wow.
And I can say that this, compared to my experience with BFA at the same time period, I think a whole lot more, and I'm looking forward to playing a lot more characters and experiencing a lot more of the game.
BFA on release was way worse than Shadowlands on release.
So I'm excited about playing it, and I'm probably going to go do that right now. So thank you guys all so much for watching. Really appreciate it. It's great to actually talk about the game and be a little bit more positive and enthusiastic about it as well.
Imagine.
So thank you guys all so much for watching.
Gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
As I said, I've got my phone and I've got my camera, and hopefully this mic isn't fucked up. It was. I just wasted 25 minutes of talking. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. Until next time, peace.
That was a great video. That really was. Like, I think I brought up a lot of good points in that video, and I think that contextually, like, whenever you think about everything that I was talking about in that video and the time period that I was talking about it in, I do really think that I was right with most of these things. Like, whether it be like Shadowlands being a lot different, a breath of fresh air versus BFA, I think that Shadowlands was a tremendous departure from BFA. It was a lot different. Let's see here. Do you think you've grown more cynical since this video released? No. You want to hear what changed since now, from now and like from then until now, is that now I play a lot of other games. So it's not that I'm more cynical now. It's that I'm not afraid to just step away if I'm not having fun. Because now we have fucking Lost Ark, we have Final Fantasy, we have New World. I can go play, a game like Elden Ring. That's got a lot of replay value. There's plenty of other games that I can go out and I can play instead of WoW until WoW gets better again. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, Vampire Survivors, Fall Guys. And at this time, I was pretty much still just a WoW-only streamer. Now, I would play some other games occasionally, but for the most part, I didn't. I pretty much just played WoW. And I think that playing a lot of other games made me appreciate WoW a lot more. It's kind of like if you only play one class and you always think that that one class is overpowered, and then you finally play that one class and then you realize what that one class gets fucked by, and then you have more appreciation for your original class. Yeah, Fortnite or something like that too. Yeah, of course, I love Fortnite. We love Fortnite. So overall, I think it actually gave me a much better perspective of playing video games, is playing a lot of these other games and not feeling like I had to play, like, oh, I had to play WoW on my stream all the time. I could just go and do what I wanted to do and enjoy what I wanted to enjoy. So I think that's actually been a lot healthier for the entire community for WoW, is a lot of other people moving over and like playing other games at the same time.
Five-minute cooldown. God damn it.
Thank you for sharing.
Wow.
When the introductory sequence begins, we are shown the remnants of Washington, D.C. after the bombs fell, around 200 years since the Great War. Ron Perlman talks about war and how it never changes. It's the typical Fallout experience so far. Where the deviation begins is with the sequence following this, where the player character is literally birthed into existence. Your father and another doctor looking over you, with your mother just off screen. Rather than leaving your past open-ended, Fallout 3 instead looks to show you your past from start to present, but rather than allow you to be the one doing the building, it's the developers and writers instead. They have a story to tell about the past of your character, and they will establish it, not you. You have a father and a mother. You know what your father looks like. You learn his past, and with all of this information and build-up, it becomes harder for you to establish much of your own past to work with, as it's already been laid out for you. That may sound limiting, and in a way it is. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's about personal preference. I enjoy the freeform nature of New Vegas' start, but I also enjoy the linearity of the Nevada over the openness of the Capital Wasteland. It's my preference. In the same vein, individuals may like the structured story of the Lone Wanderer while also appreciating the open world the game offers. I don't believe either of these options are the wrong call, even if I prefer one over the other. It's still possible to insert yourself into the role of the Lone Wanderer if you want. It may be harder to immerse yourself than something more open-ended and blank, but it isn't impossible. And it doesn't ruin the overall experience. Even Fallout 2 had a bit of a more structured backstory for your character as a descendant of the character from the first game. There's always going to be aspects the developers want to set in stone for the player. Sometimes it is more heavy-handed than in other scenarios. Fallout 3 wants to tell a story, and to do so they need to set up a backstory for you to be aware of. So here we are, a fresh one just out of the womb and staring down Liam Neeson for the better part of 20 minutes while you design your character. Yes, this is the character creation process. The doctors apparently have a device that will show you what you will look like in the future, and you use said device to design your character's appearance. I won't be going over the process again. I also won't be talking about how potato-like or waxy the models appear, as I've already said all of this before. The creation process is both limiting and simple, and that's fine for what it is. The Gamebryo engine was limited in functionality, and character creation suffers for it slightly. While I think it is important to be able to make a character you appreciate and feel comfortable with, this is also a first-person RPG where you won't be seeing the face of your character very often. I'm not trying to make excuses for what the developers presented to us. I do believe the characters in Fallout 3 look abysmal, even in comparison to Fallout New Vegas, which is on the same engine, with a few upgrades. Bethesda is notorious for having ugly-looking potato demons that could melt if left out in the sun too long. After over a decade of playing the game, you just kind of get used to it. Once your character is designed, your mother experiences complications of some kind and kicks the bucket, leading to a bright light watching over you and sending you a year into the future. The entirety of your stay within Vault 101 is a series of set pieces. They are designed to allow the player character to experience life within a vault. Now, if you don't know anything about Fallout as a series, it takes place after the events of a great war that took place in 2077, which led to the majority of the planet getting destroyed via nuclear warfare. A company known as Vault Tech created a series of vaults that would house individuals should the war come to this and protect them from being eradicated. The vaults were framed to act as a safe space for these individuals until it was possible to return to the surface. Unfortunately, things aren't that simple. The truth is that the majority of, if not all of the vaults were designed with an experiment in mind, and the people within would be used as lab rats to collect data. This concept wasn't established within Fallout 1, but was created by Tim Kaine during the development of Fallout 2. The experiment for Vault 101 is to see what happens when a vault stays closed indefinitely with no expectation of opening up again. In fact, most vaults have their own unique experiments, some of which I went over in the New Vegas video, and some I will also discuss during the journey through the Capital Wasteland, though they aren't as interesting in my opinion. The experiment of the vault is passed down from overseer to overseer as time goes on. Since it's 200 years since the bombs fell, the title of overseer has moved hands multiple times, with Alphonse Almodovar being the latest overseer and one who is focused on keeping true to the isolationism expected of the vault experiment. This is a key factor that plays into the overseer's opinion of you and your father, and later both of your backstories. In the first segment, you're 1 year old. It's a short segment designed to instill that your father is watching over you, lovingly so. Mechanically, this is the step you select your special stats in. There's a children's book near you as your father leaves you to play, and by interacting with it, you can allocate points into your various stats. Like New Vegas, this game is easily completed regardless of how you allocate your points. Just like any of my other playthroughs, I like to boost intelligence for the extra skill point gain per level up, but I also make sure to never set a special to its maximum of 10. While New Vegas had implants which could be bought to upgrade your special stats, Fallout 3 has unique bobbleheads that do the same for free. There are bobbleheads for special and bobbleheads for skills. A special bobblehead offers an additional point in the category the bobblehead is related to, meaning that a stat of 9 can become its maximum value of 10 later on, allowing you to allocate points elsewhere for a more balanced and effective build. Skill-based bobbleheads offer an additional 10 points to the relevant skills, and skills can go up to a maximum of
now this is some great fishing.
This is all fairly similar to that of New Vegas, which changed the formula in many ways, but not so much in terms of stats and special. As you complete the allocation of your special, your father, James by the way, will appear to talk to you about your mother, reading an excerpt of Revelations 21:6. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. It was your mother's favorite passage, and one that is directly related to the events of the game's narrative, although this isn't immediately apparent. As you walk out of the room with your father, you are washed into another glow of white light, and it is 9 years later, the day of your 10th birthday. The Pip-Boy is an iconic item used throughout the entirety of the Fallout series. It's generally a device that fits on the wrist of an individual as their personal computer, with the ability to display personal statistics involving health, inventory, etc. It also has the functionality to be a journal, to display local and world maps, and the ability to read electronic notes or even play the radio. What this means is that the Pip-Boy is your menu system in Fallout. It's what lets you to see where you are in the wasteland or within a specific interior location. The ability to listen to distress signals or Galaxy News radio, etc. An important device for any Vault Dweller, and one handed out to 10-year-olds in Vault 101 as they are reaching the age where they can be useful to the Vault by performing labor, although this is never shown off. The birthday segment of the introduction, like the rest, looks to help set up your character via stats or tutorials. As an infant, we set up our special. Now we are learning to interact with various NPCs while also displaying their personalities. Amada, for example, is your childhood friend. She offers you a present, and you can decide how you react to her about it, either with appreciation or by being rude. Now, the dialogue and writing in Fallout 3 is nothing to write home about. If you're looking for an engaging narrative and sharp dialogue with nuance, you're better off playing New Vegas. Fallout 3 instead suffers from some of the pitfalls I discussed in my KOTOR retrospective. The dialogue of characters and even yourself are more often than not played for a laugh. Sometimes this ends up being unintentional. Characters that are mean or evil are often comically so, with no amount of depth adding to the reasoning for why they are the way they are. Arguably, Fallout 3 handles this better than BioWare did with KOTOR, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the game focuses more on humor than its messaging, and this is due to the writers trying to emulate the previous entries to an extent. The writing and reasoning within Fallout 3's narrative ends up being either silly or illogical, but if you go back and play Fallout 2, you'll find a lot of these same hiccups, such as a shaman who can convey his thoughts to you from across the wasteland, and a set of women from a mafia family that both want to sleep with you. The point I'm making isn't that the writing is necessarily bad, but that it doesn't take itself too seriously until it finds a need to. There are serious points in Fallout 2 and 3, but the game is filled with weak dialogue and humor that probably fit better in a text-based environment over a spoken one. Hearing people say the things that you would normally read in Fallout 2 delivers a different effect overall, and this ends up making Fallout 3 feel incredibly juvenile. And this theme is ever present throughout your entire playthrough. Butch is another example, a child who is a bully just for the sake of being one. He has a bit of a backstory you can delve into later, sure, but for your initial stay in Vault 101, the storyline of Butch and his friends is purely comedic. They go from simple bullies to a gang of leather jacket-wearing, motorbike-lacking bikers known as the Tunnel Snakes, who shout "Tunnel Snakes rule" at any chance they get. They aren't taken seriously, but they also aren't supposed to be taken seriously. When the game wants you to focus on something properly, it will be more apparent, regardless of how well it actually presents itself. In terms of personalities, you can talk to the Overseer, who, as I mentioned previously, seems to hold a resentment towards you and your father. He has his eye on you and wants you to watch yourself around Amada, who turns out to be his daughter. After some time has passed in the cafeteria, your father will tell you to go meet Jonas down in the reactor level for a surprise. Once you run into Jonas, your father is quick to show up behind you with a BB gun for your birthday, and this then acts as the tutorial segment for how to shoot at your enemies. You're given a few makeshift targets to take out before a rad roach appears, and then you have to kill it as well. If you're wondering what a rad roach is doing in a vault that is supposed to have never been opened, first off, you're more astute than I was as a kid playing this section, and second, it gets explained later on during the introductory sequence. Once the rad roach is dead, your father has Jonas take a picture of the two of you to commemorate the moment, and the camera's flash becomes the familiar white light that leads into the next segment of your life within the vault 6 years later. The scene begins with your father performing an eye exam on you and determining you are fit enough to take part in today's annual GOAT exam. GOAT stands for Generalized Occupational Aptitude Test, and within the universe of the game is used to establish which role the student will eventually take on within the vault as they get older. For the player, this is a means of selecting your tag skills. Tag skills are 3 skills you select to give a 15-point boost to before you start your main journey of the game. In New Vegas, these were assigned with a personality test given to you by Doc Mitchell. In Fallout 3, it's the GOAT exam, but both of these tests are farces. Just like New Vegas, you can select your tag skills manually by talking to your teacher even after the test is completed, or by bypassing the test altogether by telling him you don't want to take part ahead of time. Before leaving your father's office, you may notice a bobblehead I mentioned previously. This is the medicine bobblehead and will add an additional 10 points to the skill. Without spoiling anything, not picking it up now will lock you out of obtaining it for some time, so grab it if you're playing along. Upon leaving James's office, you'll witness Amada being harassed by the Tunnel Snakes, and they are as comedic looking as I described them to be earlier. You can fight them off for Amada or talk them down, and this is your first example of a skill check in Fallout 3. In 3, the speech skill checks are percentage-based checks relative to the associated skill. Skill checks are different between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. A high speech skill will give you a better chance of convincing someone to do something for you, but it's still just that, a chance. The chance can be boosted to 100% potentially, but more often than not you will be dealing with a dice roll. This is how most new players were used to speech checks in Fallout and may have felt some whiplash when entering New Vegas. Instead of percentage-based checks, New Vegas had hard requirements. If you didn't have 25 points in explosives, you weren't getting dynamite from Easy Pete. I've seen some people complain about how New Vegas handled this setup. The appeal of the Fallout 3 way of doing things is that you always have a chance to come out lucky even with a low skill level. While in New Vegas you were locked out of specific checks completely unless you come back later, and sometimes that isn't an option. I believe that the New Vegas approach is more impactful for a variety of reasons. For one, the progression is more dynamic when you can't complete everything every time. This is less true in subsequent playthroughs when you can plan ahead, but I appreciate how a run changes when I can't do everything perfectly every time. The same is technically true in Fallout 3, considering how low your chances can be in comparison to your skill level, but Fallout 3 does facilitate save scumming, while New Vegas has fixed this issue. Obviously, you don't have to save scum, and that is what I am doing in this current playthrough whenever I fail a speech check, but New Vegas offers a level of peace of mind by removing the option from the equation. Again though, you don't have to use it. Don't think that an option being there means you have to use it. Be a little stronger than that. Have a little more will than that. More importantly, New Vegas doesn't limit your ability to persuade just by speech skill. Rather, your experience and other skills can directly affect your effectiveness in dialogue. Like I mentioned, Easy Pete is convinced with an explosives check, but if this was Fallout 3, you'd only be using a speech skill for almost everything. Again, it's dynamic in this sense. You aren't aware of what skills are going to be useful in what situation when talking to someone. You can't focus solely on speech and expect to get by in every scenario. After dealing with the tunnel snakes and taking part in the GOAT exam, you'll see a final flash of white light as we progress 3 years into the future, making your character 19 years old. You're woken up abruptly by Amada as things within the vault seem to be in a chaotic state. Amada informs you that vault security is looking for you and that your father has managed to open the vault entrance and escape, thus being labeled as a traitor. He managed this by escaping during a large rad roach infestation, which is currently still taking place. Your father's friend Jonas was subsequently interrogated and beaten to death in the process, something that is affecting Amada heavily. Amada can hand you a pistol to defend yourself with, and this is where the game begins to open up in terms of exploring and combat. Amada runs off to deal with her father, and as you exit your room, you'll see a security guard being attacked by various roaches. Both the guard and the roaches are hostile, so regardless of who wins, you have to fight your way out of the situation. In fact, all security except for one individual will be hostile to attacking you no matter what you do. It seems that on the orders of the Overseer that these men are out for blood. Worse is a scene where two individual dwellers wish to escape similar to your father, and upon attempting to escape are shot down by security while unarmed. There's a level of police oppression to be seen within the vault. Everyone is controlled by the Overseer, and he exerts his power via the police force, who are tools of his will, rather than individuals who are meant to keep the populace safe. As you make your way around, Butch will approach you in a panic. Turns out his mother is being attacked by rad roaches as he speaks, and he begs for your assistance in the matter. You can tell Butch to eat shit if you want, but by helping him, you'll gain his respect and appreciation, as well as his Tunnel Snake's jacket, which you can wear. It's such a quick sequence of events too. Butch goes from an individual who has bullied and vilified you his entire life to a man begging for assistance and quickly forgetting about how he treated you for so long. He's at least somewhat apologetic for how he's acted over a decade of your life, but the amount of remorse you may expect from someone within this scenario is severely lacking. I wouldn't care about this as much if Fallout 3 itself didn't care about putting forth events that evoke an emotional impact, but it does. There are situations and scenarios in the game that want you to feel something: sadness or grief, happiness or anger. It's an important aspect to the storyline from a narrative perspective, and something the writers clearly cared about. That's why we can look at how Butch reacts to you saving his family members from being eaten alive by roaches, something he was too scared to do, and find his response lackluster in terms of narrative and emotional impact. The game is full of situations like this as we go. There's not too much more to say about your journey through the vault as you make your way to the entrance. Since the door leading to the entrance is blocked off, you need to find an alternative route through the Overseer's office. As you reach the security office, or jail, you can find the Overseer and Officer Mack interrogating Amada. This leads to an altercation where you are forced to kill Officer Mack as Amada runs off to her domicile. Once Mack is taken care of, you can talk to the Overseer about what's going on. He won't fill you in on too many details, stating that he believes he is doing what is best for the vault and that you are somehow a danger to the citizens within. You can threaten him, which will lead to an altercation followed by his death at your hands, or you can threaten the well-being of Amada to get his key to the Overseer's office. Neither of these are actually necessary, and killing Amada's father will have repercussions on how she views you as an individual. I personally allow him to live even after everything he did due to our history with Amada and the fact that you can find the Overseer's password within his bedroom. bedroom, making the altercation entirely optional in the first place. Amada states she will meet you at the entrance when she has the opportunity to do so, and you can head to the Overseer's chamber to learn a bit more about Vault 101. There's a terminal entry within that suggests that the vault had actually been opened at least once or twice in the past in order for scouting parties to determine if it was safe to leave. Whether it was through this event or the other non-documented openings of the vault, rad roaches made their way inside, which led to the current infestation. The terminal can open a hidden passageway which allows one to reach the entrance of the vault. As you make your way there and open the door, Amada will reappear and be shocked at the sight, considering she has never seen this happen before. You can have your goodbyes with Amada and even offer for her to join you, but she refuses as she wants to try and fix what her father has ruined. She's also crucial to a later quest here, so she can't come with you anyway. As you're about to leave, some security will appear to attack you and you make your way to escape into the capital wasteland. It's at this point that you can reset any of your creation steps you took for your character, including name, tag skills, special, and even your appearance, proving that the GOAT exam really is as useless as was claimed. While your time in Vault 101 is brief, I believe that it does what something like Terrace and KOTOR aim to do, but better and shorter. You're given a short segment that briefly teaches you the mechanics of the game by having you
So this is the pond.
Business with the guild, sir?
Damn it. Oh, okay, well that's okay. So...
You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the pond room.
Yes, but you're wearing my clothes.
Remember to save enough for lodging.
No surprise, given the fact we came to the capital with a hype. You've seen this. Have your pick, any you like. Have your pick, any you like. Come again soon.
Aye.
Fucking burnt sienna.
The inn offers a clean bed. But it deals in qualifications and skill.
Can't wear it? Good. Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
No surprise. I fear great use in it. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? Understood.
All these workers going about their business. How lively.
What do I know of the old writings? Less than I know of modern script, and I never even learned me letters. Alas, I'm a man of the sword, not the coin.
Tis a lever controls this door, Master.
Advance slowly where visibility.
Tis a lever.
What's this? What's that? Very well.
I'm on my way.
There may be Ort here.
Here I go!
Very well.
There may be Ort here. Here I go!
An undead warrior! There, master! Get off! Get off! Undead!
I'll aid you at once! That was effective!
We have triumphed. I'll ill miss this death when we move on.
An undead warrior! There, master!
The walking dead! There!
It hates fire! Strength in numbers, Arisen. I'll aid you at once! There's no way we could have lost to that. Did it!
If you lose your way, you need but consult your map.
If you feel the foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in killing. I'll take that.
It is dark and unsettling, this place.
What's this? This looks interesting. Skeleton!
Die!
We have triumphed! Bones! Walking bones! Did it! A skeleton comes! Strength in numbers, Arisen.
This looks interesting.
That's all. Barely worth the effort. Combat needn't be grueling, Arisen. If the party needs adjusting, adjust it.
Skeleton! Blood damage will smash those bones!
Human bones. The skeleton is skilled indeed. Find an opening, then strike.
Did it!
We have triumphed. My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn. 'Tis a lever controls this door, Master.
Have we sufficient curatives? An undead warrior! There, Master! Die!
Have we sufficient curatives? We may be within Grand Soren's gate, but this place holds monsters just the same.
What's this?
Such massive ruins. Who could have fashioned them?
This was the exit? God damn it, it is the exit. God damn it. Where's where's the actual, like, what's the map of this place? Yeah, like that, I don't know. See, the Everfall's weird because it's like, where do you even go? Versus, do you go up further there? Because I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe.
This looks interesting. A well-formed party can often fell even foes stronger than they. Such massive ruins. Who could have fashioned them?
I really don't know where to go.
This place holds monsters just the same.
Yeah, like this goes all the way around, right? We just did this whole jaunt. Yeah. Right? I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, this doesn't go through, it just connects, that's it. Yeah, see, this doesn't do anything. Oh, shit. That closed that, but that's okay.
What's that?
So, if I want to get around, I can do that, but the levers, yeah, the lever shuts, so that's sort of odd. I don't know. That's here. Okay, so now that's the exit. So all the way down.
If you feel a foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in fleeing.
Yeah, no, it's more like the levers. Oh shit! No. Okay, so we locked ourselves in here, and that's good. So, but I mean, I don't really know what I'm unlocked. See, I didn't unlock, but maybe I did down here. I don't know. Let's go see. Yeah. Flame Service Throne. So over here is like a doorway. Yeah, see, I was hoping I maybe I'd unlock that.
The door switch is this way.
Wait, the door switch is what? Well, yeah, but what do you mean by that? Like, see, this doesn't go anywhere, and it's so annoying. It should, but it doesn't. It doesn't go anywhere. So annoying. So this place, like, I pretty much, like, did this place as much as I can right now, anyways. It seems weird. Like, I don't know why any of this would be any different. But I can't flip that switch. I don't know where the fucking lever is. Like, I'll look around, I guess, but I doubt it. I don't think we... I don't believe we have that. Yeah, I don't believe this goes anywhere. This sucks. all of that, like, locks. Like, all of it locks.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yeah, it does seem like that, doesn't it? Let's see if this does something. I don't know. I feel like I've been here. I've always been here. Yeah, I've been here. This doesn't go anywhere super good.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yeah, so we lock ourselves out, right? We lock ourselves out. And that connects. It all connects, but I don't know. Maybe that does unlock the gate downstairs. That could be it.
Using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yeah. Which... Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I mean, I don't know. So now we're gonna fall. Ugh. That stomach sink.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yeah, but not the one I want, which is... Oh, wait, no, yes it did. Oh, yes it did. Yes it did. Alright, cool. So we got in here finally. Hey, cool. Hey, coin pouch. Yeah, we got up here. Okay, let's keep going.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yes, I see that. I see it. Poison flask. Oh, flask of oil. But you said poison flask. Poison flask? I wonder if those sell.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
How many empty bottles do I fucking have? Wonder what that's good for. Well, I don't want to use all of my empty bottles. Oh, yeah, I've been here before. I just... Oh, what's this? Oh. Get over here, you noob.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once. A walking dead! That was a waste of time.
There, Master! The undead!
Any that would target the Arisen are mine. I hardly falter in their assault.
So you guys seem to really...
This lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
You guys seem to really want to go over there, huh? Yeah. Uh-oh. They really seem to want me to do that. Alright, well, I did it. So, I don't know.
Seems using this lever affects every door in the ruins at once.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Oh, wait, what was it? Wait, I want to go back up there. Oh, I want to go back up there. Yeah, I want to go up there. I want to go up there. Yeah. What was that? Oh, it's Dragon Sneak. Yeah. So, no, what all is what? But oh, yeah, a lot of zombies. Okay, here we go.
Undead!
That's all. Barely worth the effort.
What's that?
Strength in numbers, Arisen. That was a waste of time.
I'll take that.
Too many possessions can be more a hindrance than a help.
Did you say something, Arisen?
No. You guys sure do, though. You guys talk all the time.
If you feel a foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in fleeing.
My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn.
This goes back out. Wait, where the fuck am I? Oh my god. I'm like, what? Okay, so I'm fully follow, but okay.
take that. An undead warrior! There, master! Fireworks, well! Insects! You did it!
We have triumphed.
That's all. Barely worth the effort.
Wait. Whatever. What? This fucking maze. I have no idea. I'm not really having too much fun. Well, we exited again because the cyclical fucking stupid, like, maze bullshit just led me back to the top again. So, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I can't really do anything about that.
Business with the guild,
This is
sir?
a place quite restful to my kind. You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the Pawn Guild.
play different games every day. At least. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hello. Who are you? Doesn't matter. Welcome. You're safe with me. I'll be right here, nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others. Let me tell you about Senua. Her story has already come to an end, but now it begins anew.
What's happening? It's breathing. The head. It's breathing. It's breathing. What? He knows she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching.
This is a journey deep into darkness. There'll be no more stories after this one.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? They're watching. Why isn't she coming? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him. He's already dead. Feel you coming. Quiet.
Oh, how rude of me. I never told you of the others. You hear them too, right? They've been around ever since the tragedy. That's not quite true. Some are old, some are new, but they've changed. I think the darkness changed them, just like it changed her.
Can you see them? Over there. Why isn't she looking? Why aren't you looking? He's in hell high.
Look, up ahead. see it too?
You promised you could.
Yes. It is real after all. She's finally arrived in the land of mist and fog. The place the Northmen call Hell.
Turn back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe. Go back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe.
It's them. They're here.
Yes.
Look around and you'll see them. The drowned, the sick, the slain. Here they lie, rotting in the fields and rivers of hell. But the dead don't always lie still here. This is not a place of rest.
You can't do this. Go back. Go back. They're going to do that to you. Can you see them? Can you see them? They're going to do that to you. They're watching. Stop. Can you feel them watching? They're watching her. They're watching her. You're so close to the darkness. Go back. Can you feel it?
What is she thinking? I can tell you. She's afraid. Wouldn't you be? You'd think she would get used to it by now after so many years. But the darkness, it just builds onto itself, growing stronger, towering over her. You might try and ignore it, turn away. But it's always there, just out of sight, where you're most vulnerable. It's like it knows that just enough light is all you need to see its suffocating power.
They can feel you.
You might think she's brave to go on this journey on her own, but it isn't bravery that drives her. Bravery only means something to those afraid of death. Senua's fear runs far, far deeper. What is she looking at? What is she leaving behind? I know what she's thinking. I hear her thoughts. It's not too late to get into the boat and go back. No one will judge her. No one will ever know. Oh, she heard us. There's no going back.
You can't do it.
Senua pushes away a world that conspired to cause so much suffering. There's nothing to go back to, and worse to look forward to. Why don't you join us? Maybe you too have a part to play in this story.
Look really clearly. Focus, Senua. Focus. Focus and you'll see. What happens if you focus?
Do not forget my stories, Senua.
Because your darkness comes from hell, and your fate lies there. They say the burning of a corpse will take you straight to Hela's gate, but gods and the living will follow this path. You must leave the Isles of Orkney across the eastern sea and find a road that leads north and down through deep, dark valleys. After 9 nights of riding, you will follow a great river and will find a bridge covered in gold. The path to Helheim goes from there, across the River of Knives that flows from the dark world of Niflheim.
Was right. What was it he said? The river of knives across which lies the halls of hell. The place they call Helheim.
He's lost. Where are you?
There's no doubt about it. The source of the darkness is in Helheim. And the goddess Hela holds his soul there. Her dear beloved, Dillion.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? Why doesn't she turn back? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him. He's already dead. His soul is in Helheim. His soul still lives. She needs to save his soul. She wants his soul to be at peace. She needs to lay him to rest. He's already dead. She can save him. There's nothing she can do. Do you know where you are?
The bridge to Helheim. I forget its name. She forgets too. But she does remember that only the dead may cross it. That part wasn't so easy to forget. The old fool said there was a hidden path up to it. Let's see, shall we?
Northmen speak of 9 worlds. The world of men they call Midgard. Sky gods dwell in Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest, wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The Northmen speak of 9 worlds. The world of men they call Midgard. Sky gods dwell in Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest, wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The good elves dwell in Alfheim. The evil ones dwell in Svartalfheim. The mountain giants dwell in Jotunheim. The fire giants dwell in Muspelheim. Niflheim is the world of ice and darkness. Only the dead dwell in Helheim. And that is where you must travel.
That's the way. Four. Are you scared? You should be scared. Get down.
What's she waiting for?
Do you know where you are? Where are they? Why did she do that? She shouldn't have done it. She can't go back now.
No, this is it. The hidden path.
He's going to hurt you. It's dangerous.
Don't kill me. I'm not one of them.
Don't listen.
I was just hiding. I find I live longer that way. I'll never let the bastards catch me again. Never! Wait. Who are you?
It's just a memory.
Druth? Is that you?
For my tales of the Northmen, they call me Druth. A liar.
He's
an old fool. Truth is my truth.
It's good to see you again. You kept your vow.
Guide you in this life and the next. I will tell you my stories of hell, if I may walk with you.
Tell me your stories again, old friend. I'm listening.
The runes seal the gates to hell. Focus your inner eye, and you too will see what's hidden in plain sight.
I can see what.
Hold it in your mind's eye.
She needs to focus
Find
now.
one like it to open the gate.
I have no idea what you want. No idea what you want me to do here. No clue, no hints. No idea. If the game's full of this, I don't want to play it. I don't get what you want from me. I don't know. What is this? What is it that you want me to do? No! No, I don't! It's so stupid, I don't. I don't see it. I don't know, man. Like, you gotta tell me what you want from me. I don't know. Fine. I'll go fucking Google. Thanks for making me feel fucking dumb. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. That's the puzzle? How would I have known that? Fucking stupid. Why would you design it like this? How would anybody have ever known what you were thinking, you idiots? Like, you idiot, man.
Look towards the gate. And the gate will open.
How would I have known that? What, I mean, what was that based off of? Nothing?
The gate is open. Go through the gate. Go through it. It's dangerous. Follow it. What's behind the gate? Where will it take you? It's not safe. It worked.
What kind of logic puzzle was that? It was like a... I don't even know.
I spent 6 years enslaved in hell. But I watched the Northmen. Learned their ways.
I know you did.
You listened when everyone else laughed. My people paid a heavy price. Carry my stories with you, and together we will make the Northmen feel our fury.
What if I don't wanna? I shouldn't have had to have Googled that, guys. I shouldn't have had to.
She once tried to make them go away. Pretend they weren't real. But what good is that? When we are always here. I guess it's the same with heights. You can stand on the edge. Pretend it's going to be okay. But you know that death is near, waiting for you to make that little slip. You can't just wish things away.
The world of the dead is ruled by the giantess, Hela, daughter of Loki. The gods feared her bloodline, bad on her mother's side, and yet much worse on her father's. So, as a child, the All-Father cast her down into Helheim and gave her power over those who die of sickness, age, hardship, and self-slaughter. In all of the 9 worlds, only Hela can resurrect the dead. To Hela, your Dillion was sacrificed, and with her you must bargain.
It's like a Plague Tale, but not very good.
Stay back. Look at it. You have to open it.
The gate to Helheim divides the living from the dead. Is that the face of Hela herself? The half-rotten goddess that rules over Helheim. Whatever horrors lie behind that door, she must find him. Shh. Someone's here. I'll give you what you want. I won't resist anymore. Just give him back.
This is coming.
Don't give up.
A vision of what's to come. Poor Senua. The darkness does not bargain. It does not reason. It is rot. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her. All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time. The hardest battles are fought in the mind. That is what Dillion taught her. With every defeat, the dark rot will grow and soon it will take her soul. But for now, at least, she still has control of her mind. And she will fulfill her vow. Whatever the cost.
He's not right.
Listen to me, Senua. The goddess Hela lies behind the gate to Helheim. To open the gate, you must first face the gods that guard it. The god of fire, Zurt, and the god of illusion, Valravn. Spill their blood to open the gate to Helheim and enter the land of the dead.
To Dillion. To his soul. It won't open. How will she get through? Why won't it open? Why can't she? She needs to challenge the gods. She has to fight two gods first. Two gods? Two gates.
Valravn, ancestor of the seers and master of ravens. He hunts his prey with his powers of illusion and feasts on their remains. Follow the path to Valravn and defeat him in battle to earn his mark. The gate to Helheim cannot be opened without it. vision hides the path to Valravn. Don't trust your eyes. Find another way to see the truth.
What's that? It's a door. Push it. Push it. Push it. Come on. Come on. Push it. She did it. She did it. She did it. Something's different. Can you see? She can't see it. Why can't she see it?
It's funny. We all want to see behind the veil, don't we? Once we do, we mostly just close our eyes again and pretend what we saw was never really there. Senua never could close her eyes, however hard she tried. Begged. This is the price she pays for seeing things differently. Because once you gaze into the relentless darkness, all that lurks within it can see you too.
Valravn's power of illusion comes from ravens. Align the ravens to break his magic seal.
Show me what you have seen, Truth. Look how much it's changed.
To break the seal, align the ravens with the mark of Valravn.
To make it back.
She can get up now. It's hard.
Those
I don't like these sort of puzzles. Even the solution doesn't even make any sense.
another world that looks the same but feels different. An imposter world where the forest itself is watching. Another gate.
Another gate. You know what to do. Stay back. You have to open it. It's not safe. Don't listen to them. Listen, listen. Don't. Open. You can do it. Don't touch it. Stay back. Come on.
To make it back are forever changed.
Ravens.
I hear something.
If you hear us,
Silence me.
be aware of his illusions. You can't always trust your eyes.
No. I don't think I like this game. I'm going to just declare it and move on. I like what it had to offer. I don't like the puzzles, and I'm not going to get caught in this game's like concept of what the puzzle should be. Because if you had just kept the puzzles out of it, you would have had a good game. But I seriously detracted 5 whole points off your 10-point score due to the retarded puzzles that really were not very intuitive at all. And if that's what you think gaming is, I'm sorry, but I can't support you, man. I'm terribly sorry. I can't support your horrible shit here. You know, it's unfortunate, but I mean, you were good, but the puzzles, yeah, no thanks. They weren't interesting to me, and neither was that game did not. I did not think that was a very good game. I'm terribly sorry, but I just didn't. I thought it was pretty. That was about it. This might be kind of good. This just hit. We'll see if it's funny. You know. Hello, neighbor 2. As unfortunate as that was, you know. Like, I'm open-minded, but I have this theory that, like, most of the games that are actually on Game Pass are Xbox's worst games. We all got to start somewhere. So if that's where all their worst games start, imagine where all their best games, how all their best games will be. You know, it's cool. I'm okay with it. I wish Goat Simulator was on this too. Goat Simulator 3 was on this because I think that would be funny. I could use a laugh, you know. New games, add-on, settings, credits, exit. Sure, new game, yeah. It's fine by me. Let's do it. It looks like it's got an interesting, funny little design quirk to it that I might like. We'll see. Kawam something, well, Kawam to what, whatever that said. What's it, what did it say? WCR4, Weyron Krub's Rimor. What does that even mean? Weyron Krub's investigation. General. Coffee, nighttime. What? Shit, is this me? What the hell was that? What the hell was all this? What? Okay. Wow. So first of all, that's yeah, that's the hell, this whole weird fucking world. Fucking weird. It is kind of cool, like a Double Fine game or something like that. What's this for? I don't like this game. I think it's cool, but it's not my game. I gave it its fair chance, but it's too non-intuitive for me. Yeah, I mean, this was cool. The main story is 2 hours. It's just I didn't think this was good. I'm sorry, but I just didn't. I didn't think this was very good. I thought it was very... Yeah. Yeah, it's like an ARP. I mean, yeah, it's like an ARP. You know, it's like a crappy... ARP. Damn it. I'm sure it's good, but, you know... This is no good. It's not going to hold my attention. I've tried and tried with this game, but it's just not. It's not... I mean, it might be cool, but it'll never be that cool. It'll never be that cool. Goodbye. Yeah, no. Not a whole lot of these were too good. Pentiment was good. I enjoyed that. Oh yeah, Somerville. 3 hours. Oh yeah, immortality. I don't know about that one. Oh yeah, Tunic. Tunic's one I'm supposed to do. Gears 5, Like a Dragon, Avengers, Crackdown 3. Crackdown 3, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, I'd give these games their chance. You know, I'm sure Tunic's fairly good. Let's play Tunic. Screw it. How big is this? It's 2.79 install. Yeah. Who cares about that? I've done in like 2 minutes, yeah. Shredder's Revenge might be pretty good to play all the way through. Install that too. Yeah, that's like, who cares? Yeah. Yeah. Wow, Minecraft Dungeons Season 3. Didn't they, like, release that game, like, 7 years ago? What are you talking about? Befriended precious pets. Didn't know about that. Escape the clutches of subterranean society eastward. What is this now? As you travel across the world by rail. Eastward. Let's go see what they say about Eastward. Eastward. You know, sure.
Some enemies and do some puzzles. The combat feels sharp and responsive, but it's a bit too simple. Most enemies are best defeated by circling away and hitting them with your best weapon, which gets repetitive. You can also swap to Sam and stun enemies, which takes longer and is only occasionally necessary. Enemies respawn each time you enter an area, so you'll be fighting a lot, and you'll find your run speed stifling over some longer treks. You'll also need to cook food via a roulette minigame to use as health recovery items. As long as you remember to cook, you'll have so much food it won't matter if you get hit for most of the game. Only the boss fights change things up significantly, and they range from amazing to just good. Meanwhile, the puzzles feel like retreads of ones you've played in other games. Most often, you split your characters apart and hit switches with each character's abilities to clear a path. They're too easy.
Yeah, no. That's kind of my fear about all of these. Maybe I'll, like, try to get submersion in this before dinner. I'm gonna switch up the titles, you know, going through a bunch of Games Pass games. Should have gotten the update on my phone on my mom, but no. Yes, dinner 17. Yes, on my way. Okay. I got to go to dinner, so. A bunch of Game Pass games. So, Games Pass games. Games Pass games, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Xbox, right? Xbox. Xbox Live Labs, I don't know. Yeah, Game Room, right? Xbox Hello Neighbor, yeah. Sure, done. I'm gonna go to dinner and then I'll be back. Okay, let's do this. Alright, so let's get this one out of the way. Let's do a bunch of games, best games. Yep, play.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! Shredder's Revenge. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! Shredder's Revenge. Let's kick some shell! Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! Shredder's Revenge. Let's kick some shell! Hi-ya! I'll finish you off myself! Select your hero. Mondo Notion, dude!
of juice, bro. Oh, I'm out of juice, bro. Oh, I'm out of juice, bro. Oh, I'm out of juice, bro.
Teenage Mutant, let's kick some shell!
I want to play this game, but I don't want to deal with the controller issue, and I'm not going to, unfortunately. So here we go. We'll try some Tunic now. Yeah, that's fun. Ooh. Link Fox. What was this? Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Ah, ah. 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 Oh, I don't know where my old body is. It's like up there, okay. This game's fucking hard on controller. Oh. Ah. Oh, come on, man. Ah! So annoying. Well, that's good. At least I can keep going. Oh. Ah. Fucking annoying. Ah! Wow! Oh, damn it, lost it all. Whatever. I mean, it's like kind of annoying, sort of. Why don't just spawn me on that screen? It's like a little bit unforgiving, stupid. Like, I like this, but I don't know why it should be this hard, you know? Ah! Ouch! God damn it. Ah! Ah! I don't like this little 3-4 hit system. It's so stupid. Just let me fight. It's like, come on, man. Like, little weakling can't take a fucking hit. Ah! 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 Okay. Well, now I learned. That was cute. Ouch. Ah! You dirty bastard! Ah! Yeah, it really is like Dark Souls. You really can't, like, do those guys all at once. It's just insane. Gotta draw them back and kind of fight with them and stuff. Yep. Fuck is that? What is that? Oh, is that a checkpoint? I didn't even realize that that cat statue was a checkpoint. Well, now I know. So, okay, that's okay. We'll come over here. We'll go... stay off me, and then and get out of there. And we'll fight one by one. Up. Up. Ah. Fucking asshole. Alright. Oh my god, that hurts. Damn it. Oh, that fucking dick. He's so annoying. I really want to kill him. I really want to kill him. I really want to kill him. Let's kill him. Let's just go kill him. I don't really care. Ah! 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 Hey, bring it. Oh, you. What? No, no, go back. Oh, you fucking. God damn it, fucker. Oh. Ah! Damn, fool, you kind of mean. You're a little bit mean. They're a little bit mean, man. They're a little bit mean. They're a little bit bully. They're a little bit low. They're a little bit low. A little bit low. Get it all back. Get it all back. Yep. Not too bad. Not too bad. And then go. Okay. You cold-hearted bastard. I really want to kill him. I really want to kill him. I really want to kill him. Oh, you fucking... Yeah, in the back. There's one. Alright, come here, you. Ouch! Yeah, at least I got him. I got him. Now, let's get this guy. Ah, you fucking... Get up there, motherfucker. Ah! Oh, you're so annoying. Wish I could block his stupid ass spear. Wish I had a fucking shield. I just want to heat of the battle with you guys. Can we do that? Yeah, like, let's just fucking deal with it how we can. Like that, yeah. Ah! Oh, you reset it? You shouldn't have reset it, you piece of shit. Oh no, you reset it. You God damn it. Ah. Ah. Oh! Oh. Oh, fucker, dude. What? Oh. Ah! Ah! Oh. Ah. So annoying. Oh. Yep, we don't have it. So annoying. Fucking asshole. Ah, there's one. Ah! Ah, you fucking dick. Ah. Oh. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Ouch. Ah. Ah. Dick. Are you? Let's do it. What? Ah. What? Okay. Oh, he's such a fucking unforgiving bastard. I just really want to get him. I really want to get him. Now I just want to kill him. I don't really frankly care anymore. Ah! Then, ah! Yeah, just slaughter me. I really don't care. Yeah, let's fight again. Oh my god. Die, fucker! Ah! You too, motherfucker. Oh my god. You fucker. You fucker. Oh my god. Oh, you dirty fuck, dude. I don't know how I'm gonna kill him. I really don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, you fuck. Oh, you're so annoying. Fuck. Look, I almost got him that time. I almost got him that time. It was so annoying. You can't just hang around and keep meleeing him, but it's kind of like that. Knowing that I'm not under pressure is kind of cool. Ah, you fucking goddamn motherfucker, dude. Nah. Getting a little bit better at it. Ah! Oh, he's such a dick. I hate him so much. It's so annoying. Ah! You fucking dick, dude. Ah. Fuck! I almost got him! He takes so much damage! It's so annoying! I almost got him, though. Ah! So annoying. Getting better at this. Come here. Are you fuck? Wow. Fuck! Oh my god, you're so annoying. You're so annoying. Oh, I really hate you so much, until I can tear through your whole crew. I'm not very happy. Yep. Ah. Ah, that's one. Ah, two, three, right? Woo! Ah! Dick. Fucking dick. Nope. That's not what that is. Oh, it's so hard to kill him. I really want to kill him. Can I kill him, please? Just once. Okay. Yeah, there's one, right? Ouch. Oh, you fucking dick, dude. Ah. Wow. Fucking dick. Oh. Oh. Fuck! Oh, it was so close. I almost got him that time. I totally almost fenced him down. It's so hard to do. It's so scary to do. It's like, man. Ah. All right, you bitch. Oh, nope. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. I'm just gonna move on here and just like not let kick my ass, you know? Yeah. I better change my title to like Tunic because I'm not really playing Hello Neighbor. Hello Neighbor sucked. Tunic, there we go. Done. And so did controls. Ah! Oh. Ah! Ah, you fucking. I'll just drink, I don't care. I have been here before, apparently. Ah! I mean... Oh. Nice fight, Piggy. It's annoying how there's two of you. Oh, you motherfucker, dude. That was through a lot. God damn. Give me a shield. Oh, you fucking dick. Oh, come on, man. Christ. Fucking annoying. Can I go back to the statue? Can I just go back? Yeah, just heal me. Is it like a bonfire? Yeah, just start over again. Fucking annoying. Ugh. Maybe I should give in to my instincts on this one and try. Let's try that. Yep. Annoying. Just give me a shield, bitch. Oops. Oh, I forgot. I beat him. I beat him. What if it's time that I did do that and I don't have to take my keys off? Yeah, I'll just go plop and I'll go flip. Yep. Yep. So what's this do? I killed this guy, but what does it even do? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, put my sprint key on mouse 4. That'd be fucking funny. Yep. Oh, huh? Oh, no. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Well, now I know. I didn't know what that was or what it did. Okay. Windmill. Oh, at least I have like free flasks now. That's cool. Oh. I wonder where it is they want me to go now. It's sort of weird. Whatever that is. Whatever that means. And whatever that is. Yep. Oops. Sorry, I clicked something on my screen that I didn't want to do. There we go. Why are you... Yeah, there we go. And then, Jesus, man. This is, again, another controller game. Probably much better on a controller. I mean, it was good. I liked it, but I don't think it's going to suck me into a whole playthrough. I'm just kind of jumping through games, you know. This one didn't take long to install at all. I'll go take another look. I bet that's really good, but I don't think I could see myself sitting through it. I wish Darktide had been a little bit more engaging than it was. It'd be good to go through the final season of that and see where Clementine goes. But I mean, at that point, I don't know. There's Return to Monkey Island, but I don't really think that's my vibe. Ghost Lore, which is like a action re-if I these are going to go so Diablo 2 Titan Quest, but precision proceed Diablo 2 DS and Richard Garden. I mean, yeah, it looks good, but it's I mean, Ghost Lore does seem cool, but I don't know. Leapin, 2D Rapid Explorers. Kids games, huh? Football Manager, Console, Somerville, Ghost Lore, Flight Simulator, Monster Hunter Rise, and High on Life. Nice. Could do Back 4 Blood, but I'm not really in the mood for a game like that. There's Season 3 of Deep Rock Galactic, Plaguefall, Gungrave, Darktide, Gunfire Reborn. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Midnight Fight Express, League of Super Paths Metal, Hellsinger, Deathloop, and Outriders. Quake 4. Quake 4 is a game that I remember vaguely. Yeah, Quake 4. That was an interesting game. Yeah, I remember Quake 4 now, yeah. I mean, it was alright. It was not a bad shooter from that era, yeah, I'd say. Corvus? Corpse? Neon Abyss. Cornucopia update. What is Neon Abyss? Looks kind of silly. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's probably really fun, but Citizen Sleeper. There's Norco. Norco. I mean, I'm sure Norco's really cool, but I mean, I don't know, man. There's Total War Warhammer 3, but I don't know. I don't know playing RTS. Vampire Survivors, Dune Spice Wars, Total Warhammer 3, Death Stranding, Far Cry, Destroy All Humans. $15 gigs. That'd probably be good for a couple hours. Try that. It's an off day for me. I don't really feel like doing anything at all. So, you know. Pentiment was really good. Oh yeah, Little Witch in the Woods. That's right. There's like a little charming, like little girl, like witch. It sounds like such a little girly game. It's hilarious. Whatever. I wish Outriders actually had enough of my interest to keep going, because it was not that bad. It was alright. It was a shitty AAA title-lettuce game, though. Outer Wilds is supposedly really fucking good. I heard this was pretty good. Tuna was good, but I don't think I'll stick around and beat it. You know, I'll play it. But yeah, I probably will try this game after I try Destroy All Humans. Heard Psychonauts 2 might be pretty good. Some of these old ones actually do kind of interest me, like Daggerfall. Daggerfall is not the same thing as any Skyrim game. It's a lot more like kind of Kingsfield 2. Yeah, this piece of crap, right? Yeah, that piece of crap. Piece of crap. No thanks. Yeah, no thanks. You can get this for free if you want. It's just for free if you want it. Yeah, so play that game, and then on top of it, I would like you to install that, which is 10 gigs. That's fine. Yeah, I'm working with a lot of space, so it's fine. And we'll do crash courses of other people's games and stuff, like see what they think is fun right now. I remember this game being very good on the PS2. Let's see how fun how it's kept its, you know, its moments. THQ Nordic, yep.
Hello, friends. Have you ever gazed up into the night sky and wondered at the possibility of life on other planets? What marvelous beings might exist out there, hands extended in friendship, awaiting the moment when we humans take our first tentative steps into space? What tales will be told of that glorious day when we are first contacted by our brothers from beyond the stars?
Systems go, General. 4.
Come on, baby. Show us what you got.
3.
What the hell?
2.
What in the blue blazes is that?
1.
No, wait. Stop the countdown.
Incompetent fool. I should never have sent you.
What's shaking, Pox? You look a little, what's the word, constipated.
Let's just say I hope you turn out to be less of an evolutionary dead end than your predecessor.
You lost me.
Shall I tell you a secret? Few of our people know this, but the DNA patterns in our cloning banks are becoming more and more degraded with each new clone.
That's bad, right?
Only if we want to retain our immortality through cloning. Of course it's bad! I sent Crypto-136 in search of a planet we visited many eons ago. A planet seeded with pure Furon DNA. But I lost contact.
Let me get this straight. You sent me, him, Crypto-136, to a hostile planet, and he's disappeared. Maybe captured, maybe even being tortured as we speak.
Well, I wouldn't jump to any conclusion.
I bet you wouldn't. Let me tell you something, Pox. You're a smart cookie. But there's a time for thought, and there's a time for action. And this is one of those times.
Which?
The second one.
Perhaps you're right, 137.
Of course I'm right. You kidding me? A cryptosporidium captured by a bunch of monkeys? We gotta go in. We gotta crack some craniums. We gotta rescue me. Him. He's gotta rescue me. I mean, I gotta... Brains, man. When do I get to blow things up?
Patience, Crypto, patience. I take your point. Prepare the mothership.
That's what I'm talking about. So, what's the name of this crummy planet?
Our destination. The planet Earth. Orthopox to Cryptosporidium 137. Come in, Cryptosporidium.
Crypto here. How's the view from the safety of the mothership?
Very funny. Let's just say I'm glad I'm up here, and you're down there. Loathsome little planet. Now, Crypto, to ensure this invasion runs smoothly, it is imperative we identify the dominant life forms on this world. Those lactating bovoids are likely candidates.
Surely you don't mean those foul-smelling gas bags beyond the fence?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
But they're covered in nipples.
Now, Cryptosporidium! And Crypto, do Verify your suit is working under Earth's atmospheric conditions. Get a move on! We can peer into the minds of lower life forms via the Cortex scan. Rip the preliterate thoughts from their pathetic little brains. Moo? Primitive, yet profound. Scan another one. Again with some moo. I think these lactating bovoids are trying to fool us.
They eat with their mouths. I think I'm going to be violently ill. Attention, Earth creatures. This planet is now part of the Furon Empire. Your benevolent masters welcome you. At this time, we wish to abduct you for the purpose of scientific research. The procedure will be protracted and invasive. Do you have any objections? Earth creature, I am addressing you. Respond or be vaporized. I don't care how many stomachs you have. I don't have time for this.
We Furons have evolved the astounding power of psychokinesis, Crypto. Target an object or creature, then lift it into the sky. Use PK to finish off the belligerent bovines. Put them into the ground. Curse these creatures.
Oh.
Good work, Crypto!
Martha, you didn't tell me we was having barbecue for dinner? Wait a minute, that ain't steak, that's holy mother... Martha, give me the shotgun!
This looks like a job for the Zapomatic. Fry that farmer! Extract and collect the brainstem from what's left of the agricultural engineer.
He couldn't say. He couldn't say with a straight face.
The brainstem and collect the Furon DNA.
What?
Harold, come on back! You gotta see this! They got a talking horse on the TV! I ain't never seen nothing like... Little green spaceman!
I am not green. You know...
Be merciless! Let none survive!
What exactly is an oath? This is my place.
Evening, Ms. Turnip Seed. We got a call from Farmer Dixon over the other side of the state road. Said he heard some pretty strange noises coming from over this way.
Little green spaceman!
What is that? A new silo?
Electrocuted him with a big old...
Crypto! That human law enforcement officer is attempting an unauthorized entry of your spacecraft. If those pea-brains were to get their hands on your quantum deconstructor, they could rip a hole in the space-time continuum. Oh, the furonity. Vaporize them, Crypto! What's going on? My radar shows more humans. Hurry to the saucer! What? Get in your flying saucer and annihilate everything in your path!
Take a spin in your saucer. Get a feel for the controls and then go ahead and start shooting!
Destroy all buildings! Leave no trace! Bomb those monkeys back to the Stone Age!
Focus! Use your guidance systems. Ah, there you are, Crypto.
Man, move! I don't know, but I've been told.
I don't know, but I've been told.
Joe McCarthy's good as gold.
Joe McCarthy's good as gold.
Oh, great! The human military-industrial complex. We can't allow them to alert their leaders to our presence. Exterminate them! Now!
Open fire!
Crypto, I hereby give you official permission to destroy all humans! Look out! There are more to the north in the bushes!
Replenish your saucer's shields by draining any human feeder.
Superb!
The humans are making a final push! Wipe them out once and for all!
Perfect!
Excellent work, Crypto.
Did you see what I saw? You bet your sweet ass I did. What did you see?
Little green man in a flying saucer wiping out the best infantry unit in the U.S. Army.
Right, good. Me too. Green? Not gray?
Don't be a stiff. You know what it means?
Absolutely. What?
It means the paper's got it right for once. Get on the horn to Silhouette. We've got the worst case scenario.
The eggheads were actually onto something? I don't believe it.
Believe it. Roswell was only the beginning. The invasion is on.
Now then, I know what you're thinking. What can I, a lowly novice, do to help bring about the destruction of Earth and the inevitable reign of the Furon Empire? Well, I'll tell you. It was in the earliest days of the Empire we realized our species was doomed. Eons of waging war on inferior races with unregulated atomic weaponry had mutated our genes. We could not propagate due to our complete and utter lack of genitalia. Fortunately, a Furon ship happened upon Earth on its way back from destroying the Martians. Human society was young and nubile. Sailors on a foreign planet, letting off steam, one thing led to another. Long story short, every human being alive today has buried deep in his genetic code a strand of Furon DNA. Over the eons, we've learned to clone ourselves, but with each iteration, the information degrades, and the results are increasingly unpredictable. The Furon genes in humanity's DNA are ancient, uncorrupted. They represent the future of the Furon race. If only we can get at them.
Is that our claptrap now?
Welcome to my little laboratory. You may not have known this, but I flatter myself to be something of an inventor. In my spare time, I've been developing some truly impressive weapon and ability upgrades. I'd be happy to share them with you, if you've got something for me in trade. Say, some of that delicious DNA you've collected. Crypto! I see a horde of humans up ahead, congregating at some sort of holy ground. Here's the plan. I want you to enter the fair, find a malleable human and lead it back to your ship for questioning. Get the picture? Crypto! That human is aware of your presence. The more people become aware of you, the more chance that those human policemen and the military will come to investigate you and take you down. Don't forget to disguise yourself, Crypto. You're not exactly inconspicuous, you know.
Now that you're sufficiently disguised, continue using the Cortex scan to maintain the illusion. You wouldn't want to lose concentration.
What we need is the dumbest, weakest-willed, most malleable human we can find. Admittedly, the competition will be fierce. You just have to scan them all.
The planning committee has put together some wonderful attractions. The lawnmower race.
Mr. Ed versus Francis the Talking Mule. Now that's a debate I'd like to see. I'd put a carrot on Mr. Ed.
Some pig on a spider's web? What in the world did that mean?
What's an Elvis? Must be some new type of pie. Elvis pie.
Eat your heart out, Lana Turner. You got nothing on me.
And of course, it all climaxes with the 23rd annual Miss Rockwell pageant. Why, I was just chatting with the Miss Rockwell contestants over...
Maybe we ought to go organic. Wait a minute, what kind of Payco talk is that? I like Ike fine, but I'd turn tricks for Nixon. Huffman don't even rate a Mitch.
Get away from me!
Leave me alone!
No space invaders!
How are we going to find information if you kill important people? Get back to the mothership!
Don't kill any humans, but the name of the game is destroy all humans. Oh, I thought this was supposed to...
What we need is the dumbest, weakest-willed, most malleable human we can find. Admittedly, the competition will be fierce. You just have to scan them all.
If it bleeds, I can cook it. Is it possible to have two changes of life? From homecoming queen to dairy wench. I should have never married my cousin. Good night, John boy. Oh, wait. It's still daytime.
I'm feeling wild today. Maybe I'll try riding that thing bareback.
Man, oh man, she may be the dumbest Miss Rockwell ever. And check out them cantaloupes. God, I love America.
This human seems to be onto something. Will wonders never cease. Keep scanning the humans.
I loves my Bessie, but I loves my steak. Bessie?
Yeah, town's doing great, business is booming, hope is on the way, yada, yada, yada. Let's barrel through this puppy so I can get down to the real business of governing. Making time with the delicious Miss Rockwell.
Yes, yes! Like proteins from the primordial ooze.
But what did I do? I didn't... Oh. What did I do wrong?
What we need is the dumbest, weakest-willed, most malleable human we can find. Admittedly, the competition will be fierce. You just have to scan them all.
My mind says Amos, but my body says Andy. Hold on to your hats, boys. I'm going commando.
Man, oh man, she may be the dumbest Miss Rockwell ever. And check out them cantaloupes. God, I love America.
This human seems to be onto something. Will wonders never cease. Keep scanning the humans.
Yeah, town's doing great, business is booming, hope is on the way, yada, yada, yada. Let's barrel through this puppy so I can get down to the real business of governing. Making time with the delicious Miss Rockwell.
Yes, yes! Like proteins from the primordial ooze, a pattern is emerging. Scan some more human minds, Crypto!
I want to marry Miss Rockwell, but instead I gotta sit here hour after hour, day after day, watching this dying wheel go up and down, round and round, over and over again until somebody dies. Hell of a metaphor.
Oh, I know. That reminds me. Did you hear about Harold and Martha?
Are you pulling my leg?
And someday we'll probably... Wake up, whoever's there!
Martha, come quick!
I'm Queen! Finally, I was gonna flip my lid if Mama made me take one more slurp of cabbage soup. I want roast chicken. Chicken of the sea. Or was it by the sea?
All right, Crypto. I've analyzed all the thoughts you've collected, and I think I've isolated the perfect subject for you to...
Probe and vaporize?
No. Abduct and bring back to the mothership.
My way's more fun.
Abduct, not vaporize.
Okay, but humanity ain't gonna annihilate itself, all I'm saying.
Can I finish?
Can I stop you?
As I was saying, the newly crowned Miss Rockwell looks like a prime candidate for testing. She's envied and desired by other humans. She's highly persuadable. Best of all, she apparently has a brain the size of a peanut. Hypnotize her and send her back to your ship for collection.
Implant a command on a puny human brain. Bend its will to ours.
I want to thank all the little people, but there's no time. Gotta go! Which way's the exit? Enjoy the fair! Oh, and don't ride the mangler! It's a freaking death trap! Looking at Joe Bob and start looking at me? That seems very odd.
My brains are coming out!
Green Man!
Must keep going. Keep killing me. Damn heels. Wait! I left my purse in the tent.
Here, pussy, pussy, pussy!
I'm not serious. There's no reason to be afraid. Nothing bad ever happens to people who go into dark and mysterious woods, especially not in fairy tales or slasher films. Not that I know what those are. Nope, nothing to worry about here.
I don't remember parking here. Of course, I can't ever remember where I parked. My car seems bigger and rounder and saucer-shaped. Whoa, this is just like my dream. La 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 la.
La la la.
La 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 la. And lots of wavy hair like Libera. Wait a minute. Where am I? This sure doesn't look like the pie-eating contest. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh, God, please, no. Oh, it tickles.
It's probing time.
It's probing time.
Oh, yeah, right there. That's the spot. Oh, that is delicious.
What the fuck? This stupid shit.
Never fails.
Hurry, Crypto! The authorities are on their way! Get in your saucer!
Oh no, did you start it up again? I'm just making something to drink. I'll be right there. Some more juice. Shake this.
havoc by using your saucer's abducto beam to levitate a creature or object.
Oh, not another blast.
A saucer upgrade, perhaps? No? How about your gun or your abilities? Hmm?
I believe I'm going to stop now. I've been at it all day and it's getting late.